What's up, y'all? It's your boy, Brainwavezz, Advice Topics, LLC. And sometimes certain business just has to be handled. And so I need to do this video because I'm sure many of you have observed what's been taking place in these YouTube streets. And actually, this is something that has been taking place for a very long time. It's just that I told you 2026 is judgment season. This is where you're seeing the people that have been following what the Bible says and they've been doing right. They're getting their just due. See, the wicked can no longer get away with running their spells and their witchcraft and their projections and their destiny swapping attempts and all the things that they do to try to make it look like they're the good ones. What's happening is everyone that's been doing right, they're getting their just due. But see, everybody that's been doing wrong, well, they're getting theirs. And no more veil of illusion. No more people confused with who's who. Everyone is seeing who's who. This is going on all over the world. This is not just here in the YouTube streets. Okay, this is something you see when you turn on the TV. Many people are surprised because they're seeing a celebrity for who they are. They're seeing politicians for who they are. They're seeing situations. They're seeing entities, governments, everything for who they are. There's no more illusion, and people are having to make a choice. Well, I'm just adding to part of that clarity as it relates to this situation. And what we have to actually talk about is how the content creator that's been on YouTube since 2006 has been running a play and running a hustle for a long time. Since 2006. Almost basically 20 years running a hustle on YouTube. This content creator always goes around and touts himself that he's the primary source of truth. If you watch his videos throughout the years, you can go and watch any video. It's in multiple videos. He goes around and he says he's the best, that no one else should listen to anyone else but him, that all these other content creators are fake. And if there's something derogatory, he addresses all of them, that his channel is the only one, the primary source of truth, and everybody else is lying but his channel. He accuses other content creators that do commentary, that do reactions, of copying his formats. Why? Because he's been on the platform since 2006. And so if you're one of the first people to be on a platform that came out at the inception, then of course, what do you expect? You're one of the first people to come out and be on a platform. So anyone else that comes out afterwards is going to look like they're copying when that's not the case. But he claims people copy him. He claims that people copy his formats, his talking points, even some of his thumbnail styles. Now, the irony of all of this is that you find this similar recycling style of ideas, titles, thumbnails. It happens mutually across the platform. And as of late, I've been giving you examples of how RingoTV Reactions himself has been copying other content creators such as myself. That's right. He's been copying me. He's been copying New Breed Global Truth and Officer Tatum and several other content creators. He's been talking about the same stories, the same things, pointing out the same things that other content creators have already beat him to the punch, have already done videos first, live stream first. But again, he claims he's the #1 source of truth. Okay. He always accuses, and this is a form of control. Okay. I want to establish some things. He does this as a form of control. Okay. He frequently tells his viewers, his audience, that he is uniquely original and that all of the content creators, me included, cannot maintain an existence or an idea without mimicking his style. Remember about 3 to 4 months ago, if you look through his catalog, you can see him doing smear campaigns, narcissistic smear campaigns. and false accusations against me. You can see that he was stoking the flames with his viewers and his audience, saying that Brainwavezz Advice Topics LLC cannot exist without him. There were conversations in the live chat and in the comment section. I have no identity. I can't breathe. I can't exist unless I copy and mimic him. And yet, while he's running his mouth all day long talking about Nolan Wells, which we're about to get into some things, and you're going to understand why I got the title, I haven't even really talked about those things. Yet all he's done is copy everybody else. The irony. Oh, the irony. Okay. And many other content creators, including me, have already pushed back. All right. Ringo has done the similar concepts, similar thumbnails. His peers like Floridian Rollo do nothing but copy whatever Ringo's titles are. Then he comes out with the same titles. Whatever he talks about, then he does, and et cetera, and others. And while they have this copy ring going on and this copy fest going on, RingoTV Reactions accuses others. Okay? Now, the thing that I want to talk about more specifically is, why do I have this title? Why do I have this title here? Because I want you all to know that RingoTV Reactions is about to be exposed. If you didn't know, if you had questions, if you were confused, if you didn't have any signs or any information, I'm going to provide receipts. You see, RingoTV Reactions touts himself as the receipt king. One thing with that, one problem with that, if he were to even go by that title as the receipt king, he fails to realize that other people have plenty of receipts on him. He believes that no one else can fire shots back at him. Shots fired, shots fired. But he thinks that he can do it. See, he does not get to go around doing things that other people can't do and then believe that it's just and it's right when he does it. But then when it's his turn in the hot seat, he has a problem with it. Even when others don't use his same narcissistic, controlling, demoralizing, demeaning. You all have seen, and those of you that haven't, just take a look at his content. Take a look at his platform, how he demoralizes his own viewers. People that is watching his platform, liking his platform, supporting his platform. All he does is talk negatively to everyone unless you're an echo chamber. In this particular live stream, we're going to look at some things. And what you're going to see is that his black card is revoked. RingoTV Reactions may look black. He may try to identify as black. He may try to pass himself off as black and say that he's down with the black excellence, but he never down. He never was down. He just wanted to piggyback and use the black community so that he can grow his channel. He wanted to use the black community and having people believe that, hey, he's black, he looks like us, he's down with us, he's in support of us. So let's support him. You know how the saying goes, hey, I'm black, he's a black content creator, let's support him. But what I'm going to show you is that his black card is revoked. Because, and I usually don't use these terms. And let me make this clear. I'm not someone that rocks with Tariq Nasheed. I don't support Tariq Nasheed. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to use this terminology. Because what I want y'all to understand, I want to make something blatantly clear. As of late, RingoTV Reactions has been out of control. That's right. Let me repeat this. RingoTV Reactions feels like he's invincible, untouchable, and he's out of control. So I have my foot on his neck in terms of keeping the accountability flames high. You see, there's many scriptures that I've already shown and put out how the Bible says we have to hold people accountable. And this is the same content creator who has also touted himself as a believer, a Bible-believing man. He said he's left the Christian community. He said he's left the Hebrew Israelite community, but he still claims that he follows the Bible. And yet, if you look at his content, he don't even talk about the Bible. As a matter of fact, the only reason why he's been talking about the Bible as of late is to try to challenge me and to try to challenge the accountability that's been coming from my platform to hold him accountable. That's the only reason why he even been bringing up the Bible. His actions, when you look at the book of James, chapter 1, verses 22 through 25, are contradictory to the words that come out of his mouth. He'll say one thing, he'll quote scriptures, he act like he's extremely knowledgeable. And see, this is what makes this more diabolical and make it worse, because he's not speaking like a man that doesn't understand the Bible. Oh, in fact, he's speaking like a man that understands the Bible very well. But when it comes time for him to be a doer of the word, like in the book of James, chapter 1, verses 22 through 25, he's not doing it. And so I say this to say, and I got to lay this groundwork out before we get into the receipts and the evidence that you all are about to see. RingoTV reactions, he's a Tether. I know y'all want to believe that he cares about the black community because he's been doing a series of videos as of late, but he does not care. And again, I do not rock with the terms Tether and the whole FBA terminology as it relates to Tariq Nasheed and all of that. But I'm going to make a point, and I'm going to present it this way so that you all can understand exactly what's going on. Many people use these terms, and for the sake of argument, we're going to kind of clarify certain things here. All right? Because there's been a lot of confusion, and that's what the devil does, to put a lot of confusion out there. And then a lot of people don't quite understand what's going on. So I'm going to provide clarity. I'm going to provide receipts, and you're just going to understand everything. So first of all, what is an FBA? Okay, before we get into this, so that way someone is unfamiliar with these terms and they don't know what I'm talking about, we're going to get all this out, and then we're going to go into the receipts, and we're going to rock and roll. Make sure y'all subscribe while we're talking about it. Shout out to all the new subscribers. I appreciate you. Unlike RingoTV reactions, I'm not going to make you join a membership in order to chat with me. You are free to chat with me at any time, in the live chat, in the comment section. My platform is your platform. Mi casa, su casa. Y'all understand how this works? I'm not money hungry like RingoTV reactions. Do you understand? That's why he makes you join a membership. Also, he wants an echo chamber. You cannot challenge him on his platform. You cannot have a difference of opinion on his platform. If you do, he's going to call you slow. He's going to call you stupid. He's going to say you're an NPC. He's going to claim you're a demon that he talks about in his videos. All of these are sneak disses even to his own audience. But nonetheless, what is an FBA? An FBA is abbreviated for Foundational Black American, okay? And essentially, it's a term that is used to describe ancestry, okay, that can be directly traced back to enslaved people where? In the United States. Let me stress, enslaved people where? In the United States. Let me stress, enslaved people right here in the good old US of A. They're not talking about necessarily people in other countries. And this is one of the reasons why I don't rock with the actual FBA movement, though I'm more FBA than RingoTV reactions ever could be. My wife is more FBA than RingoTV reactions could ever be. My entire family is more FBA than RingoTV reactions ever could be. That's right. Now, besides the fact of it being directly, in terms of ancestry, directly related to the enslaved people in the United States, it talks about a specific lineage, okay, of black people, right, that's been tied to slavery here in the U.S., the Reconstruction, and the Jim Crow segregation, okay? So people that have gone through this, the Jim Crow segregation, right? See, we're going to get into something about RingoTV reactions. He ain't had the same experiences that we had. When I say we, I'm talking about black excellence. I'm talking about FBAs. So it sets us apart. If you're an FBA, it sets you apart from the lifestyle the struggles, understanding how certain things go in our communities, etc., than black immigrants. And what I'm going to show you is that even though RingoTV Reactions was born here in America, he's technically a descendant of black immigrants. Because we got to hold him accountable, because as of late, he's been going in doing a bunch of videos trying to call actual FBAs. He's been trying to call actual FBAs, oh, they're not this and they're not black and all that. He's been going in with the Nolan Wells case. If you look at his content, you'll see it. He's been going in. And I'm about to make a fool of himself because he's always saying, I did my research. I did my research. RingoTV Reactions. I don't know what research you think you're doing, but all you're doing is trying to brainwash people. And it's clear who you're fighting for and who you're aligned with. You're not aligned with FBAs. You're not aligned with us. Now, the other term that we're going to get into so that you all can understand is the term that's called Tether. Again, I normally don't use these terms. I normally don't like to use these terms because the term tether can be considered derogatory. It is a slang term. It is considered derogatory. Okay. But what does it mean? Okay. It is basically a term that describes black people of foreign descent. Okay. Such as African or Caribbean immigrants. Okay. It means people that somehow they're not necessarily framing themselves emotionally or culturally to the actual enslaved black experience. This is why you have content creators like him that say the things that they say, right? They think that the actual black struggle of slavery and reparations and things of that nature is crazy. And this is why you have RingoTV Reactions. For example, I'm going to show you something that he said. This is why, and let me get this on the screen, he said this and he's done videos like this, okay? And we're about to break down all the receipts. I haven't even begun to get into the receipts. I'm just laying the groundwork right here, okay? If you take a look at this right here, you can see that in this video, even in the past, 10 months ago, RingoTV Reactions was already coming for Don Lemon. Okay, you got to pay attention to this guy's patterns. Pay attention to his track record. He always been coming for people who are considered FBA. And I'm going to get into that in a little bit. All right, we're going to come back to the whole Don Lemon conversation. This is the same guy that said that Charlie Kirk is an American hero. Right? He said, he's like, proof that Charlie Kirk was not a racist. And then look at what he's doing here, saying that it's embarrassing for historically black college and universities about Charlie Kirk and trying to make Charlie Kirk look like an angel. And then he's trying to go around, well, before everyone hated Charlie Kirk, they hated Diddy. Nobody hated Diddy prior to all the stuff coming out. Everybody thought Diddy was a superstar. This is the same guy that said Charlie Kirk was an American hero. And then every time he does, he likes to show educated black woman rebuked by black people who hate Charlie Kirk. It's always like cooning and buffooning. Let me show you this. And I'm going to get into the actual receipts in a minute. Look at this. The same content creator did a video and said that Charlie Kirk was an American hero and did more for black people than Martin Luther King. The only type of person with the skin color that looks like they're black that could say that is somebody that's either cooning or buffooning or somebody that's a tether. Because an actual FBA wouldn't dare utter those words. Because if you was caught in the streets uttering those words, you know how the streets get down. So what I'm trying to establish, and if you go back further in his content, you will see the same type of pattern where every time it's somebody black, he comes at them. He don't like them. And this is one of the reasons why he don't like people like me. This is one reason why we fell out. See, I went into the situation because what I do when I deal with people, I'm going to speak in this video with the sake of Tether and FBA to make it clear so there's no confusion on what I'm saying. But what I do is I treat people equally. I figured he black. I figured he a brother. I figured he a believer. So I'm thinking that he's down for our plight. You know, black excellence plight. The FBA plight. I figured he cool. He acted like he cool. He acted like he down. He might do a little something here or there to make it look like. But all along, all he was doing was using the support of the black community to grow his platform, to grow his channel, to grow his reach, hell, to grow his pockets. He's still doing it to this day. All along, he wasn't legit. All along, all those guys over there and gals, they weren't legit. And unfortunately, when you look at a large majority of his subscriber base, they're either tethers or they white. They don't like the foundational black excellence. They don't like the FBAs. And that's why he don't like me, because I'm more FBA than this guy ever was. This guy could never come after me and say that I'm a tether. He could never come after me and say that I'm not FBA. Nobody in the FBA community could say Brainwavezz is not FBA. I mean, come on now. Ain't no migration when it comes to my family. Got family lineage here. We know what the enslaved struggle is like. We know what the Jim Crow struggle is like. We done dealt with all of this. See, Ringo ain't had them type of experiences. So he don't know what it's like. And he tried to make you think that he done gone through the real struggle. This guy ain't gone through the real struggle. Let me shout everybody out in the chat and we're going to get to the receipts. What's up, Beverly? Good to see you, Beverly Atwater. What's up, bruh? We got Goatin in the building. What's up, Lady G? What's up, Keith Cunningham? Let me see. Who else is here? What's up, E-Bird? We got Latoya Moana in the building. What's going on, Latoya? Good to always see you. Latoya, look, Latoya in the building from the Netherlands, man. Latoya got the Netherlands in here. She from the Netherlands. We got Lone Warrior Nation. He says there's no such thing as a black card. Lone Warrior Nation, where are you living? Are you an FBA or are you a tether? Okay. Do you even know what a black card is? Do you even know what a black card is? Okay, what are you talking about? There's no such thing. Let me just school you real quick. See, you got a lot of people that may not actually understand. Obviously, you cannot be FBA if you're saying there's no such thing as a black card. Like, if you don't even understand what that represents, then you're not us. And I want to make this clear. There's a lot of people that has been amongst us, mixing in our communities, using our resources, trying to look like us, trying to make it seem like they down with us and they got a whole separate agenda. Right? The fact that you have an individual that doesn't understand what a black card is, let's leave this comment up here. I'm going to educate y'all. So we asked the question, is there a such thing as a black card in regards to black people? Yes, a black card exists in black cultural slang as an imaginary symbolic measure of a person's connection to black culture, shared experiences, and authenticity. We're talking about the FBA, Foundational Black American Experience. If you ain't an FBA, you ain't gonna understand that. Obviously, we know it's not a real physical ID or a bank card because, again, it is an imaginary symbolic measure. It is a symbolic card. It's not a physical card unless you're talking about, you know, some six-figure card or something like that in terms of a monetary expression. We're talking about it is an imaginary thing that black people are supposed to have. Okay? It's essentially, you can even say it's a running joke in some sorts, a social concept of some sorts, and it's used in everyday conversation and media. The media talks about the black card. Okay, let's break it down. Some of it you can say it's a joke, you can say it's whatever, but people know that a black card exists. Okay, in the cultural narrative, black people are said to receive a black card at birth, while others might feel that it has to be earned or proven over time. Okay, your black card can be revoked, just like in this case of RingoTV reactions. Okay, people joke that a person can have their black card revoked if they fail to know a major cultural reference, admitting to not liking certain traditional foods or displaying tastes outside of expected norms. What's an example of a revocation joke? Not liking seasoning in specific dishes, for example, or failing to know classic movies or music, for example, or admitting an unfamiliarity with cultural touchstones. Okay. What is the cultural impact? The concept is a lighthearted and used to build community and share laughter over common experiences. Again, if you're not FBA, you don't understand this. You never had these type of conversations in your community. This is what I'm talking about. Y'all don't have these type of conversations because you don't get it. Your skin might be black. You might believe that you black. But if you don't know anything about the black card, well, perhaps you ain't never had a black card. Okay? It is so well known that it has inspired popular games like Black Card Revoked. Do y'all realize there's actually a game called Black Card Revoked, which tests players on black history, pop culture, and daily life? Do y'all realize there's literally a card game? Have you gone into the store recently? I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all don't even know about these things. A lot of you have never played it. It's also an entirely separate from the real world financial black cards. Yes, I know, and I mentioned that earlier. You have monetary black cards, but this is separate, okay? Those are ultra exclusive, high-end cards. You know, for example, American Express Centurion card. So we have a black card. This is a part of our black excellence. This is a part of our black culture. And if you don't understand this, and I'm not going to be wasting time in the chat, going back and forth, I'm just trying to educate y'all because I got a lot to show in a certain amount of time. I don't know what to say. Maybe you don't have a black card. Maybe you're not FBA. Maybe you don't get it. There's a lot of people that don't get our culture. They don't rock with us. They act like they down with us and cool with us, but they just using us. They're using our support. They're using our resources, using our structure to get to where they need to get to. And then when times come, they don't be here. They don't do nothing. But they want us to be there for them. And this is why FBAs all around are speaking up. This is why black excellence all over is speaking up. All right. Let me get into the content because I'm not trying to be going back and forth into the chat. So to the rest of the people in the chat that came in and I didn't shout you out yet, my apologies. I will get to y'all in a little bit. I want to get this content going, okay? So what I'm about to do now is I'm about to show you something that Ringo says. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just have to play it. And when I get done playing it, that's when I'm actually going to jump in and comment. Okay. And this is why you got to understand, this is why RingoTV reactions, it is so easy for him to simply disregard our experiences. This is the same guy that said F. Nolan Wells. It's the same guy that said F. Nolan Wells and that Carmelo. And let me get this on the screen real quick and please. Let me just remind you, the same content creator who said F. Nolan Wells. Let me run this back for y'all real quick.
Talk about the families of Nolan Wells, Carmelo Anthony. I feel that these two families need to be arrested.
You hear that?
I don't like neither of these people.
Why would he say that the families need to be arrested and he don't like neither of the Anthony family or the Wells family? What does he have in him? What y'all gotta ask the question. What did the Wells family and the Anthony family do to RingoTV reactions that he don't like? They did nothing. They don't even know. Well, I won't say they don't necessarily know who he is. They might know who he is now because he's been running his mouth, making a 1,000 videos about him. But prior to that, we could say, what did they do to him? What did they say? They ain't even paid him no time. They don't even know who he is. They ain't said nothing to him. Nobody did nothing. That has to come from somewhere deep. Why would he feel that way if he's about black excellence, if he was an FBA? See, let me play this and then I'm going to get into the other receipts.
Because what's happening in America, guys, and see, this is why you don't see me being a part of this rage bait era of manipulating the viewers in hopes.
That's exactly what he's doing. He says he's not a part of it, but this is exactly what he's doing.
To create a race war.
All he talk about is race. In the Nolan Wells situation, Miss Christine, Nolan Wells' mom, said that it's not about race. We know the situation. Nolan was black and he was around a bunch of white friends in a white town, in a white community. So we already know the scenario. So, of course, conversations may come up as it relates to that, but she made it clear it's not about race. But what you're going to find is all RingoTV reactions been doing is making everything about race. He made everything with Carmelo Anthony about race. He's making everything about Nolan Wells about race. He's a liar. Let's go.
I'm glad that I'm not a racist like the majority of black people that's in America.
Did you see that? He said that he's glad he's not a racist like the majority of black people in America. So what does that mean? He's claiming that the majority of black people, which would be foundational black America. Okay, let's make this clear. I know we have a lot of immigrants here in America. We have a lot of transplant. We have a lot of people from all over the world. But the majority of black people in America are foundational. So what he's saying is that the majority of foundational black Americans are racist. And he claiming like everybody else ain't. He claiming if your skin color is black and you're an immigrant or you're come from a lineage and descendants from immigrants that are here in America, that somehow you're not racist. Do you see what he's doing? You see what he's doing? He's making it clear. And if he has this perception of foundational black Americans, that they're racist, the majority of black people in America are foundational black Americans. Immigrants that are black only make up a smaller population. The majority of us are FBAs. So if you believe we're racist, then you wonder why he feel the way he feel about Carmelo Anthony and his family. Said they should be arrested. You understand why he feel the way he feel about the Wells family and why he going so hard in the paint attacking. You're going to understand how he feel about Don Lemon. When I get to the Don Lemon part, I'm going to make this guy feel stupid. He's going to listen. He's going to have to eat every last one of his words because he's talking about, I did my research. I did my research. He had a lot to say about Don Lemon. And when we get there, I'm going to show you he's going to be feeling silly. Let me continue. Let me get this out and then we'll go. We get into that receipts.
This stuff is sick, man. All you seeing down your timelines, Nolan Wells. Fuck Nolan Wells, bro. I am tired of hearing people talking about Nolan Wells, accusing people. We don't got no proof of nothing. Everybody's accusing this. You know, they spreading rumors saying that, oh, his friend stole his phone. That's a damn lie.
Ringo got no proof or no evidence or nothing of saying what is true and what's not. He just said that people got no evidence. What evidence do you have, Ringo? What evidence do you have? You ain't got no. Listen, Ringo act like he in Mississippi. Act like he was at Horn Island. I mean, for all we know, maybe Ringo do got the proof because maybe he cooning and buffooning and he in with the white folks that might actually have some information. Maybe Ringo do got the proof and evidence and he's sitting up there in cahoots. Maybe he gripping everybody. Now, I just want y'all to see that he said F Nolan Wells. And then later on, he tried to provide a video that tried to provide context, which I still have to do a video on, but this takes precedence over, which I'll get to it. There is no context into saying F an 18-year-old man a 18-year-old black man that did nothing to you, said nothing to you, don't even know who you are, etc., is dead and gone, and then you're saying F that person. And you're saying all these things. There's no excuse. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. But this is a content creator that takes no accountability. So what I want to actually show y'all now is I want you to see some history on RingoTV reactions. And I want you to see how he feels. And I want you to understand who he is. Because many of you don't know who he is. And so what I'm going to do, and this is going to be tough, because essentially when I play this video, I'm gonna have to stay quiet. I'm gonna have to stay quiet. You're gonna see this video right here. And I just kind of want y'all to see that this is a real video. Okay, it's on his platform. It existed. It exists. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is stay quiet. I'm just gonna have to play it. I'm not gonna react while I'm playing it. I'm gonna have to play a certain amount of it. So just know I'm going to be quiet. Y'all going to be like, Brainwavezz, why you not talking? I'm going to play it uninterrupted, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to talk about specific points. Because when you hear this, when you see this, this is going to make it clear on why he's a Tether, why his wife is also a Tether. That's right. His wife is a Tether. Y'all thought that just because her skin color is black, that she's a foundational black American? Nah, ain't nothing foundational black American about this guy. Since RingoTV reactions, let me make this clear before we hit play. RingoTV reactions is stressing race about Miss Christine, talking about, oh, she Filipino, she ain't black. Nolan Wells, he's stressing race with Nolan Wells. Nolan Wells is 100% Filipino. There's no black in him. Stressing race with all the situation. He keeps bringing it up. So since he want to bring it up and get into this conversation, that's why we get into this conversation. He should have never opened his mouth and tried to get into this arena. And now he's going to have to deal with the heat of all FBAs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit play. I may respond to some of y'all in the live chat, but I'm going to have to hit play. I'm going to stay quiet. I'm going to play a certain part straight through. It's going to be for a moment. Just know I'm giving y'all a heads up. So you're like, Brainwavezz, why you ain't talking? I'm going to play it straight through. And then after I play it straight through, I'm going to turn right back around and then I'm going to react to it. It's a good time to hit the like button. This is a good time to subscribe if you haven't done. We ain't playing these games. Like I said, and let me make something clear. You can be an immigrant from another country. Your skin color can be black. Oh, that's okay. But don't act like you're going to come here in America, utilize our resources, utilize our community, fake the funk, and act like you down with us and you cool with us, whether you was born and raised in America and you got lineage from another country and your skin color is black. Don't come here in America acting like you down with us, you support our causes, you support our people, as long as it's benefiting you. But you secretly just using us and trying to blend in, but you really working against us. See, it's people like RingoTV reactions. He's the reason why our black communities, our FBA communities are in the shambles that they're in, because we're looking for somebody white on the outside to do the work. And I'm not saying they ain't doing nothing, because there's a lot of systemic racism. And this guy's the same content creator said there is no systemic racism. The only person that will be black in terms of skin color and say there's no systemic racism is somebody who believes that they're better, believes that they're white, or believes that they're not actually black. You can't believe that you're a foundational black American and say there's no systemic racism in America. You ain't had no experiences. Either that or you're just completely ignorant to the whole concept of everything. And this guy ain't ignorant. He know better. He know what he doing. Remember, he touts like he's the #1 source of truth. He's got countless videos and live streams out there saying he's the best. All these other content creators are copying off of him. That's all he's been saying for years, not just in 2026. 4 years. If you go through his catalog, videos, live streams, you'll hear him say that numerous times. So many times it's just sickening. It's not like it's a time here and there, numerous times. Now, I've been putting my foot on his neck. So as of late, as of the past maybe couple of weeks or so, he been trying to dial back. He been trying to, go flip the script and try to go back and make it seem like that's not what he's saying and doing. But you caught. Your track record has already exposed you. So let's play this so you can hear who he actually is. You're going to find out he's not foundational Black American. But he's going to try to say that he's foundational Black American. That's the craziness about it. Okay? And when we get done with this, I'm going to bring out the specific talking points. So let me hit play. Again, I may respond to some of y'all in the chat. I mean, I'm way behind in the chat, so I have a lot of catching up to do. But let's just go and let's listen to this. Matter of fact, let me make sure there's no issues with the sound. So I'm going to do this one more time. All right, we should be good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and let this go. Again, I'm about to hit the mute button, so you're not going to hear anything from me. All right, let's go.
You know, being Black in America can be a very difficult thing. And that's the reason why I am doing this particular series, is to bring awareness to a problem that's been going on for a very long time. Black folk in America don't like each other. And it's an untold truth that people just don't want to talk about. In my last video, I talked about my experiences, and I noticed something in the comments that was very interesting. Someone came into my comment section and said, "This guy is Jamaican. Why don't you go find love over there?" That's what they said. Now, here's the problem. Number one, I'm not Jamaican. Number two, I've always heard racist people say stuff like, Black people need to go back to Africa. I've always heard that term. When I read that comment, that's exactly what I heard. What I heard was a Black person saying, if you want love, go back to Jamaica. In their mind, they're assuming that I'm Jamaican because I have locks. So they're assuming I'm Jamaican. And they said that if I want love, I need to go back to Jamaica, which confirm what I've been telling you guys about internalized racism in America from Black people. For that person to say that, it speaks volumes to the amount of hate that is in their heart towards people that they believe is not American. Let's talk about the Jamaican people. Growing up as a young man in Brooklyn, New York, I was surrounded by West Indians. I was surrounded by Trinidadians, Jamaicans, surrounded by Haitians, Guyanese, people from Barbados, Grenada, you name it. One thing I could tell you about Jamaican people is they got love for their people. They got love for their people. They have culture. They have style, class. And being raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn, even if you were American, you were influenced by Jamaican culture, Jamaican music, food, you name it. All throughout Nostrand, Utica, you would have a plethora of Jamaican shops where they would cook good food, play good music. They would show love to their customers. I miss that about New York. I was raised around a lot of Haitian people. A lot of Haitians have culture and love for their people. You know? When I was raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn, I remember I grew up and I knew a lot of Haitians. You know, I had this one buddy that I was growing up with. His name was Piero. And his brother was Tristan. They were Haitian. Their mom showed me a lot of love. You know, she had passed away when we were all teenagers. And she was a good woman. You know, she was like a second mom, third mom. She was a mom. And she had a lot of love for us kids in the community. I got my first job at a Haitian barbershop on Flatbush and Ditmas Avenue in Brooklyn. Haitians hired me. I was just a teenager. Well, I wasn't even a teenager yet. I was 12 years old. And they trusted me to be a barber, to cut hair. Gave me my big break. I was able to buy video games, everything. I was so excited to have that job. Haitian people did that for me. Gave me a start to earn money. I worked in another barbershop that was owned by a Jamaican. That's right. Owned by a Jamaican. On Church Avenue, between East 37 and 38th Street. The barbershop name was King Cuts Barbershop. That's right. In that barbershop, you had all different types of brothers in there. Trinidadian, Jamaican, Panamanian. And that barbershop allowed me to experience culture from all these other men that came from different places. There was unity, peace. We had our arguments, but there was unity. What I'm saying is all the people that I was raised around had culture. And I noticed there was a difference between blacks that came from Jamaica, Trinidad, different parts of the world. They were different. They conducted themselves with culture, class, and style. When it came to American blacks, I noticed a big difference. It was almost like a jealousy because everybody else from other parts of the world had a sense of culture, a sense of belonging. They knew where they were from. But in America, the average black man, black woman did not know where they come from. So they were trying to find their identity in religion, in different movements, and consequently, they still are unfulfilled. So I noticed that in the black community, there was a lot of violence, a lot of killing, a lot of bloodshed, but no one is doing anything about the problems, you know? Nobody's doing anything to solve the issues. But when it comes to other groups of black from the Caribbean, even if they had their issues, there was a sense of unity, a sense of togetherness with them. And that is something that I've always admired because I never seen that with American black people. Never. I don't know what it feels like to have a community. Don't know what that feels like. So being around the Jamaican people, being around Trinidadians, being around all these different groups, when their people would come together, there was always smiles, joy, music. They have drinks, It was always a good time. And I was a part of many celebrations, many festivals, gatherings. And I felt like I was a part of what they were doing. I was accepted. I was greeted with open arms. Treated me as one of them. And it was a good experience. I've never experienced that with American black folk. Never. Never experienced that at all. Never experienced any gatherings, any parties, anything. So when that person came into the comment section and said, this man is Jamaican, if you want love, go back there, it's the equivalent of saying, go back to Africa. And it's rather disturbing and shocking that a black person would say such a thing. That is what internalized racism look like. Which means that person is admitting. They're admitting that they don't like me, that I need to go back somewhere. Even though I'm not from Jamaica, I'm not Jamaican, my father is an American black man. American. I was born in America. My mother is from Panama. She's Panamanian. So the majority of my family in America that I was raised with is the Panamanian side. I wasn't raised with my father, but I know of my father, but I wasn't raised with him. So I pretty much don't have no connection with my father's side of the family, meaning the American side of the family. I don't know anybody from that side. Maybe that's your story too. But what I do know is the Panamanian side of my family. And today, at the age of 48, I don't even talk to them because everybody grown, everybody moved on, and it is what it is. You know, there's no togetherness. And it's because of the way the world is right now. Family is divided. Everybody died. My mama died. My grandmother died. My aunt died. Various cousins is dead. So pretty much everybody's dying now. So the only family that I got is my wife and my kids. That's it. I got a few cousins that are still here. I got 2 brothers that are here. At the same time, we don't even communicate. You know, everybody's pretty much divided. So when you factor in the division that is in family, the hatred, the jealousy, and then you combine that with internalized racism with Black Americans and the hatred they have for everyone, it becomes a very, very dark world where you don't have time for who's a racist and what white people are doing. I don't care what white people are doing in terms of what they don't like about Black people. That's not even on my mind because all of my life I've been hated by Black people. All my life. All my life I've been attacked by Blacks, hated by Blacks. I've been told that I'm trying to act like I'm white. I've been told that I'm a sellout. I've been told that I'm this. Everything has always been negative. So for me, I have never been loved by Black people. I don't know what that feels like. I feel totally separated. If I were around Black people, I don't feel like I'm a part of that group. I don't feel like they're even my people. Like it's almost like there's nothing there. You don't feel anything. You know, like how you would think that if you get around a bunch of Black people, you feel safe. Actually, I don't feel safe. I feel threatened. I don't feel safe at all. I feel like I'm around my enemies, like literally. I feel like if I'm around Black people, anything can happen. So I'm always prepared because I don't trust them. Because all I get and all I receive is hate. I never experienced love from Black folk, never. And I know it can sound rather disturbing, but this is my truth. This is what sets me free. This is therapy for me. This is therapy because I'm telling you the honest to God's truth. All the other Caribbean black folk, they have always had something that I never had, and that's culture. They have something that is beautiful. That's why I cannot disrespect the Jamaican people, the Trinidadians, the Grenadians, the Guyanese. They all have something that is great, you know? Culture. This is why when you get with someone who's from the Caribbean, it's gonna rub off on you because they have so much love for their people. And they treat everybody good. Go into a Jamaican restaurant and see how they treat you. Go into a Trinidadian restaurant, see how they treat you. They're gonna treat you with good class and respect. And it's something that I've always admired. That's why I'm heavily influenced by Jamaican music. I'm heavily influenced by that culture because I grew up around it. I grew up around Jamaicans and Trinidadians so much, I can literally speak patois. I can literally sound like I'm Trini. I can sound like I'm Jamaican. I can do all of that because I was raised around them. My mom is from Panama, so I can speak Spanish too. I was around all these different cultures. My wife is Guyanese, you know? She's not a so-called Black American. She's Guyanese, which means she come with a different flavor. Now, if you look at what's going on in America when it comes to dating, just look at what's happening.
Man, oh man, oh man. Did he say a mouthful? You see, I had to play this, okay? And I'll put your comments up. As you've seen, a lot of you have some great comments. There's a lot that he said that explains why he's against people like me, a true FBA. Why he's against anybody. And again, this is not to say that if you're black, let me make this clear. If you're black and you are an immigrant and you are truly down, I'm talking about ride or die, you are down with black excellence. You're not a coon. You're not a buffoon. You're not a tether in terms of you think that you're not fully black and you identify more with your culture from wherever, say, you came from than the black excellence culture. Like you're putting that like, hey, well, I don't care nothing about that. I mean, that's cool. I'll come around. I might fist bump them, whatever, come say what's up and use their resources and use their community. But I ain't really in support. Like I'm talking about when the crap hit the fan and something go down, when we have these community killings, y'all got to stop and think. We're having our youth getting executed. We're not having older individuals. We're having our youth getting executed. You're having our youth getting sentenced to, long years, 35 years like Carmelo Anthony or what have you. We're having these happen to young individuals. We're not even talking about adults and stuff. I mean, we had that happen too. But, we're talking about where we are right now in 2026 is somebody young. Just like Tasia Fortune. She's 29. That's a young woman. Found dead hanging in a tree. And by the way, her GoFundMe has skyrocketed. It then went from the 27,000 up to 110,000 because the support is going crazy. And you best believe RingoTV Reaction is going to talk about her. Y'all know who she is. Let me put this back on screen. Or maybe he won't talk about her because I've been talking about her first. So he's like, I can't talk about this one. I can't do this one because Brainwavezz. See, that's his warped mindset. He believes whoever is the first one to report the story, he act like he is able to talk about it. Well, technically speaking, when it comes to a lot of these stories, the news and media are usually the first ones to report it. The news and media are the first ones to report it. So what does that make RingoTV Reactions a copycat of the news and media? If he want to go by that same doctrine, that same train of thought, that's like, I put this out first. I'm talking, all these other content creators, they just copying me. I already said all those talking points, blah, 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 blah. You copying the news and media because you getting your content from the news and media. They put the stories out first. So nonetheless, she was found hanging in a tree in Mississippi behind a vacant home. This beautiful young lady found gone. Right? This happened on August the 3rd. And then on August the 6th, the coroner's office identified her, okay? I've been talking about this story. I know I have to do a separate video. So this is her GoFundMe. You know he's going to be like, man, her mama has got this GoFundMe and blah, 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 blah. And you see it says it's donation protected. That means you ain't got to worry about getting scammed. It's donation protected. And see, this is what FBAs do. This is what we do. While he's talking about how his culture come together, this is what we do, RingoTV reactions. See, you're mad and you're jealous and you're upset that we can come behind and rally behind Carmelo Anthony and his family. You want to disregard all of the updated information that came out about the Carmelo Anthony story. As a matter of fact, you don't even talk about the Carmelo Anthony story. You know why you're not talking about the Carmelo Anthony story? Because you don't give a damn. You just used it because it was popular. And again, just like a lot of tethers do, they want to use the FBA community to get likes, clicks, views. He growing his platform right now off of our blood, sweat, and tears. He don't care about the Wells family. He's saying that they should be arrested. He said F. Nolan Wells. He like that. The stepfather, that ain't his father. That ain't this. She ain't even Miss Christine. She not even black. She 100% Filipino. I did my research. Well, Ringo, guess what? If we went by your same definition, you ain't 100% black because you Panamanian. You from Panama. You don't even get down with our culture. You just got finished talking about it. Not one time when y'all heard that whole time when Ringo was talking, did he talk about the black card culture. He don't even know what that is. I bet this guy don't even know what the black card culture is. I'm not even gonna say nothing. We're gonna let the community see if he know. You have a lot of posers. You have a lot of grifters. You have a lot of people that's fake. And I'm just waiting for the moment where he talk about, oh, Tasia Fortune, her GoFundMe, it's a scam. Her mother's scamming. See, all these people are scamming. Every time somebody black dies, it's a scam. So let me get this straight. Anytime an FBA black individual dies, you want to say it's a scam. You want to say it's a scam. But when it comes to your people, oh, all of a sudden it's legit. We need to care. We need to be so concerned. Now, let me go back to that video and I'm going to react to it this time as we go along because I didn't say anything last time. I just played it. And mind you, this is the same guy. Let me pull this up. Let me do this real quick. This is the same content creator. Since he want to go around talking about brainwaves, talking about content, he want to claim like I stole it. Bro, you ain't even from the South. You ain't even, listen, you don't even speak our language. You speak patois. You said it yourself. You speak all those other Caribbean languages. You ain't from the South. You don't even talk like you from the South. You ain't got no Southern twang, Southern slang, Southern dialect. When we be like content, that's how we talk down here in the South. And you claim that I'm copying you and you ain't even born and raised. You ain't even really hardly spend no time in the South. Yeah, you was here in Atlanta for a little bit and you bounced. The only reason why you came here in Atlanta, because Georgia is one of the states where you find a lot of Panamanians at. One of the states. You'll find a lot of them here. They be in New York, California. Oh my goodness, where's some of them states? I can't remember all of them, but New York, California, Georgia. I think I want to say Texas. I'm not completely sure. I believe Texas is something like that. It's like 5 or 6 main states. Don't hold me to the The Texas thing, I'm not 100% sure, but I know for a fact New York is one of the states, Georgia is one of the states, California is one of the states for sure. And I know I could pull it up, but it's besides the point. That's the only reason why he probably came here, because he's trying to follow that community of Panamanians. You know what they say about Atlanta? Atlanta's like a mini New York. Oh, and what I was supposed to be pulling up in the first place. Hold up. And then I'm going to actually break down what he said, because I played it, and it's funny because he got this video up right now too. Speaking of which, he got this video that he just dropped today, talking about the quieter you become, the more dangerous you are. But yet this guy was literally talking about me last night on this same live stream that you see right below that video, where it says Don Lemon interviewed Nolan Wells' family's friend, Emmanuel. Yeah, in that video last night, he was talking about me, but yeah, he talking about he's staying quiet. Bruh, everybody know you sneak this in me. You're not smart. You're not slick. You ain't fooling nobody. You ain't deceiving nobody. Every time you sneak this me, guess what? People gonna run to my platform anyway. And when you sneak this others, you sneak this the FBA community, they still coming over here. Why? Because we support our own. See, you don't understand that. You understand about supporting Jamaicans and Haitians and Panamanians and etc., Guatemalans and all that. You understand that. You understand about supporting that community, but you don't understand about supporting the FBA community. You just want to use the FBA community. But as I was trying to show y'all, let me put this up, and then we're going to actually get into the breakdown. This is the same guy that just the other day, as you can see, he says systematic racism doesn't exist. He did this yesterday. Y'all see that? He believes that systematic racism does not exist. The only person with the skin color that's black that could believe, okay, the only people, let me correct myself. The only type of people where their skin color is black and they believe that systematic racism does not exist, either they just completely don't know what systematic racism is and are just completely unfamiliar with the cultures and black excellence. They have no idea what that is, right? Or they are a tether. Or they believe that they white. They believe that they better. And so they cooning and buffooning working with the white audience. It's the same content creator who said that. Now, let me get into actually breaking down what he said, okay, in his experience. All right, let's break down what he said. Let me see if I can catch up to the chat. I'm trying to stay caught up with the chat, but it's hard to get this content done in a decent time. Queen Israel, what's up? Queen Israel said this man is full of BS. He is. Beverly, what's up, Beverly? Again, Beverly says why he hate black people. Listen, he hates foundational black Americans. RingoTV Reactions is posing, acting like he at FBA. His black card need to be revoked. We revoking his black card because he's cooning and buffooning. And he's not sympathetic, empathetic. He act like he don't care, and he attacks everybody that's black. I'm going to get into the Don Lemon part a little bit later. And some of these, I'm going to have to just do a separate video on these, just so that people could just see this separately. Crafty Actress Mama says, let me get caught up on these chats, and then I'm going to break down what he says. She says, that's your parents' fault, Ringo, that you never experienced black, or we could say black excellence or FBA get-togethers. It's not our fault as a race. Exactly. That ain't got nothing to do with us. That ain't got nothing to do with us. Nothing. That's your fault. Because you never wanted to get up and be a part of that experience while you was growing up. I'm going to get into all of that, man. I'm going to get into all of that. What's up, Erica Amir? We're going to have to do that too. She says he talks to his wife like a dog. He does. Like, he's extremely disrespectful to his wife. A lot of these guys that you ladies be thinking are godly men and all this, they're extremely disrespectful. And honestly, if he had an FBA wife, she would have been bounced on him. She would have knocked him across the floor. she wasn't standing up for that. She would have had her brothers or her family. Somebody would have came in. The men would have came in and talked to this guy. But you know, he ain't got no family. He ain't got nobody around. And he likes to be by himself. Remember, he liked to roll solo. He tried to teach you that the Bible says you're supposed to roll solo when it's not biblical. That's what demons do. That's what narcissists do. They like to roll solo. The only people they keep around is people they can use. And when they're no longer worthy of a supply, a narcissistic supply, they discard them. Warlocks the same way. They like to be alone. Golden said his father's Jamaican American. Bruh said he's a sellout from Brooklyn. He ain't, listen, there is no way that RingoTV reactions after sharing this is down with the real streets in Brooklyn. Can you imagine? I think somebody said this earlier. Can you imagine this guy walking in the streets in Brooklyn? See, Ringo, let me make something clear. I can walk in the boroughs just like I was in New York the other day and I was in the boroughs. I can go in the streets of New York. And guess what? The brothers receive me. You know why? Because I'm FBA. I understand their struggles in the hood. I understand what they went through. I'm empathetic. I'm sympathetic. And I'm not going to put them down just because they had a different cultural experience. I'm not going to crap on them when one of them have a GoFundMe because somebody like them got unalived or got unalived by somebody white or black or whatever it is. So you don't understand that. You can't go to New York and walk in the 5 boroughs. You have to be around your people to feel safe, but you can't go around FBAs. If they see you and find out and they know you talking like this, man, it ain't gonna be a good day for you, bro. Robin says, at this point, Flamingo TV is just desperate to make content to get views. You don't connect with blacks because you're bashing black people. It's not hard to figure out. Exactly. Barbara McCants. What's going on, Barbara McCants? Let me try to get caught up so I can actually react to the other parts so I can move to the Don Lemon piece as well. She says, this guy really needs therapy. He hates Black America. He's a real Tether. Exactly. He says that we are racist and that. He's the one. He's projecting. He hates anybody that's black. He done fell out with all the black content creators on YouTube. He don't like them. I'm talking about the FBA black content creators. Correction. You could be black, but you might be a Tether. He cool with you. Because he see you just like him, and then y'all click up and get along. That's why he got along with the wedding thing with Zats. You understand? Zats would be considered a Tether. All those guys. So that's why him and Ringo clicked up at the wedding, and there was a bunch of them. They don't want somebody like me there. I'm FBA. They got a problem with FBAs. They can't stand FBAs. They want to see us locked up. They want to see us in jail. They want to see us dead. They don't like us. They want to see us struggling. But yet you want to come here and be a part of our system that we built up. Do they not realize who built America? It wasn't them. They came as immigrants. We built this country. The slave masters put us to work to build this country, to make America, quote unquote, great. We put the blood, sweat, and tears. We went through having our families separated. Do you understand what we went through? Do you understand the grit that we had to have, the strength that we had? Do you understand how we had to fully rely on the Most High to get through? Do you understand the pain, the torture? And it's the same content creator that's constantly making videos. You know, black women, you know, these black women always depicted black. And it's not just him. It's a lot of them guys in the manosphere. I ain't even got a chance to go around making videos about them. All they do is depict black women. They so bad, they so bad, they so bad. But they don't show no white women bad. They don't show no Hispanic women bad. They don't show no Asian women bad. They don't show no Indian women. You get it. They leave them alone. But the black women, oh, they bad. They just drag them all day. And then you wonder why the black women's so mad at the black man. You wonder why they see him as an enemy. And you know what's funny? A lot of these content creators that do it would be considered tethers themselves. Because whether they from Africa, whether they from the islands, whether they from somewhere else in the world, a lot of them don't understand the black excellence experience. They don't understand the enslavement They don't understand it in their bloodline, in their DNA. They don't understand how we stick together. See, because we stuck together, this is why we got through slavery. Man, listen, I ain't got time for no history lesson. Let me finish the chat real quick, and then I'm gonna get to reacting. Lady G says, does all tethers hate Black Americans? No. Let me make this clear. And this is why I say I don't rock with Tariq Nasheed as it relates to calling everybody that's a Black immigrant a tether and the whole FBA thing, because it creates that derogatory, issues. But for the sake of this video, or maybe perhaps one or two other videos that I may have to do as it relates to RingoTV reactions and those content creators and people that rock with him on his platform, I may have to bring that terminology back up. Do all tethers hate Black Americans? No. You have some tethers, you have a good number of them, they understand. They down like 4 flat tires. They ride or die with Black excellence, with the community. That's why I want to make this clear. It's not about all. It's not about all. But as far as there's a good number of them, like RingoTV reactions, who tried to slide into the Black community and make it look like they one of us and understand the struggles, and we just assume because they skin color Black that they get it, that they got their Black cards. Nah, his Black card revoked. His Black card should have been revoked when he started wearing that MAGA hat and is talking about Charlie Kirk is more of an American hero than Martin Luther, and done more for the Black community than Martin Luther King. We should have revoked his Black card then. I mean, a lot of people was like calling this dude out because they thought that he was an FBA, and he even put it out like he's FBA. That's the crazy thing about it. He put it out like he was FBA. He tried to make people think he was something like FBA. So that's what people was assuming. But he just did that so he could slide in and get into the community and gain our resources, gain a following. And then when he got to a point where he feeling froggy, then he's like, yeah, I don't need you no more. And that's what a lot of tethers do. They want to tap into the FBA community, tap into all of our stuff. And then when they get whatever it is, they shit on us. Excuse my French, but that's what they do. And we tired of it. And that's why we speaking up. We like, how dare you, with your skin color being Black, talk bad about Nolan Wells and the mom and the experience. She's a grieving mother at the end of the day. Do you understand what it's like to lose a child? No, you don't, because you never lost one. It's a lot of stuff he ain't never went through. He ain't never went through the Black experience like us. Robin says, so he hates American Blacks because of what's going on in his family. I don't know. You tell me, Robin. This is a good question. Crafty actress mama said he's hurt by his family and blaming all Black people. He ain't blaming all Black people. Listen up to me, babe. He ain't blaming all Black people. You know how we speak in Louisiana, baby. He ain't blaming all Black people, baby. He blaming foundational Black Americans. He's blaming Black excellence. That's who he's blaming. If you're a tether, he sees you as just like him, and that's why they all rocking. A lot of y'all wonder why who are these people that subscribing and liking this? It's people that either have just found him for the first time and don't know, and that's why he's so mad at me. That's why he can't get peace. He going for all these walks. He said that by him going into the park with walks, that's supposed to give him peace. And yet this is all he doing is using his content. He lies. He lies all the time. Shout out to Renegade. What's going on, Renegade? We got Renegade 563 in the building. Listen to what Renegade says, and this is a point I haven't even touched on. Renegade says he has to be doing something wrong if nobody in his family talks to him. It can't be everyone's fault, but your own all the time. It's his fault. But see, this the same guy that never takes responsibility. He never takes accountability. He just point fingers and blame and blame and blame. That's all he does. He blamed me. He blamed many of y'all. He's blaming other content creators. He's blaming the community. He is the problem, and he refuses to take accountability. There's many people like him. Listen, they're in the situation they're in, and they're trying to blame foundational Black Americans. They're trying to blame people like you, people like me. That is a problem, that he has no fellowship. But yeah, he claims he's a Bible-believing man. Man, I just got to be by myself. You have no peace when you fellowship with people because you effed everybody over. And you've done all manners of warlockism and narcissism and evil to people, to your own family. Everybody can see it. That's why ain't nobody there. That's why you ain't had nobody to help you move. That's why you had to actually go tap into another narcissistic warlock by the name of New Breed Global Truth. I don't rock with this guy. RingoTV Reactions, even as of late, been trying to put out videos a couple months ago. He's defending a warlock and blah 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 blah, and tried to say even recently, I'm working with New Breed or something. Man, listen, New Breed get this same work. I done put videos out about him. I already did videos on him. But what I did not do is I haven't spoken on Ringo because I tried to give him a chance to do what the Bible says. But he didn't go in public, been going public. He violated everything that Matthew said. When it come time to be a doer of the word, this man never responded to me behind the scenes. I'm going to release the receipts. Ringo know I got the receipts. He know I got them. He trying to make all these videos. I have yet to release those receipts. When I release those receipts, mic drop. Let me get caught up on this chat. Robin says, you've been hurt by the blacks in your family. Don't blame the rest of us. Exactly. Queen Israel says, man, get out of here with this BS. Bruh says Ringo's a sellout. He says that Ringo put those YT people above his own race. You clown. Robin says you don't exclude love, therefore you don't attract love. Exactly. He don't show us no love. That's why ain't nobody giving you no love. Crafty is absolutely right. She says, not true. They do not always treat us nice. Deborah says he talked about New Breed and says stuff about his dead mother, talking about New Breed's dead mother. But he says F a 18-year-old that died. What a hypocrite. Yeah, he's a hypocrite. Check this out. RingoTV Reactions, because he lost his Panamanian mom to cancer, if I'm not mistaken. He want us to have sympathy and show respect. And we are going to show respect because that's what the Bible says to do. You show respect to all mothers. You show respect to all fathers. That's what the Bible says. So we're going to show respect, but we're going to also make a point. So people are supposed to respect your mom. New Breed's mom dies. You just straight disrespectful. You going, I ain't got no sympathy. Again, when it come time for him to do. And on top of it, we're dealing with a grieving mother as it relates to Nolan Wells. Also, Carmelo Anthony's mother is grieving as well. Though Carmelo Anthony is still alive, her son got 35 years. While he's young, while he's also 18, while he had his whole life set, his whole career, football, he was smart, all this, a whole career set. We could be watching Carmelo Anthony to some NFL team. He on some collegiate team, the next thing you know, he go pro. Or something else. Instead, he in the pen. That's still grieving. She still lost her child, even though he's physically alive. No sympathy, no remorse. He showed no sympathy and no remorse to nobody else but him. And you know, in my personal dealings with this guy in the past, that's exactly how it was. I got conversations for days. It's just always about what he's going through, what he's going through, what he's going through. No remorse, no care about what you're dealing with. No concern. It's insane. Robin says, I wish he would go get a therapist and stop using the internet as a means of therapy. I mean, yeah. This video is going to be somewhat long because I'm trying to get caught up with y'all. True Natural Angel Bane says, what's a FBA? Okay, I kind of broke this down before, but I'm going to break this down again. Okay, It is a term that has been popularized and owned by Tariq Nasheed. I do not rock with Tariq Nasheed. I do not support Tariq Nasheed. I've called out Tariq Nasheed. But for the sake of this particular live stream, I don't know how many times I have to say this. So what I need is for my moderators, I need for my viewers that are in the live chat to tell people, if somebody new comes in here and they keep asking these terms, to remind them what it is, okay? For the sake of calling out RingoTV reactions, whether it's this video, maybe a few others, I'm going to talk from this perspective. Now, I don't agree with it because a lot of it is discriminatory and derogatory, and I don't get down with that type of stuff. I treat everybody fair, no matter where you're from, no matter what your skin color is. Like Martin Luther King, it's the content of your character, not the color of your skin. But for the sake of this video and talking about RingoTV reactions, it turns to holding him accountable, since he want to talk about the color of Miss Christine, Nolan Wells' mom, and talk about how Nolan is not black, he's Filipino, just like his mama, and talk about Carmelo Anthony and the race. He keep bringing it up, even though he say that's not what it's about, but he keeps bringing it up, and he's talking about Don Lemon and so many other people. He keeps bringing it up. So the fact that he want to go there, I'm going to bring these things up. FBA stands for Foundational Black American. Okay? It's describing Black Americans who can trace their ancestral history directly to the enslaved people in the United States. You personally may not be enslaved, but maybe your mama was, or your daddy, or, you know, maybe your grandmama or granddaddy, or what have you. You get what I'm saying? As you go down your family tree, you can trace that. Okay, it's a specific lineage that's tied to the American chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow segregation. Maybe your parents experienced Jim Crow. See, Ringo don't know nothing about that. So that sets these group of people and their experiences apart from Black immigrants from the Caribbean, Black immigrants from Africa, Black immigrants from other areas around the world. That's what FBA essentially is. It's deeper. I do not have time to get into all the deep concepts and getting into, well, what about? I don't have time for that. If you don't understand that right now, I will either have to do a separate live stream on that, or you will have to just Google it and look it up. A tether. What is a tether? When you hear the term tether, when you hear us address RingoTV reactions as a tether, it is a derogatory slang term, and that's why I don't like to normally use it. But for the sake of calling him out, since he want to go in the mud, he want to talk about Miss Christine and talk about Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony, talk about all of us. He said the majority of Black Americans. He want to go there. I'm bringing these terms up so that y'all can understand. A tether, it's a derogatory term. I don't rock with it, but again, I'm going to use it for the sake of getting people to understand what I'm saying, because many people are familiar with it. It's a derogatory term that describes Black people of foreign descent, Black immigrants. That's what it means. You are not, even if you're born in America, your DNA, your lineage, right? Your parents, your grandparents, they came from a foreign territory. They didn't come from America. They weren't brought here on a slave ship and born, and the bloodline comes from America. I mean, if we want to get technical, we're all quote unquote descendants, or I won't say all, depending on who you are, but basically most of us are descendants from Africa. I don't have time to get into that. Okay, I don't have time to get into all the semantics and make it complicated. I'm just trying to keep it simple. People who are immigrants coming from the islands like Africa, coming from like Africa or like the Caribbean islands and stuff like that, South America, wherever it is, et cetera, wherever you're from, they could be and would be considered tethers, whether the person themselves are born in the United States. Okay, their parents came from another island or country. Their grandparents came from an island and country and are immigrants here. And then maybe they had what would have been a person's parents or had them here. Okay, that's what a tether is. To make a long story short, that's what a foundational Black American person is, to make a long story short. I think I'm gonna have to get into breaking this down, because I'm trying to answer these questions and it's just getting longer and longer, and I need to break this down because I want to move into the Don Lemon thing, right? So we're gonna rewind this. Hold on, let me make sure this is.
mean she come with a different.
Hold on. So let me rewind this. All right, let's go.
You know, being black in America can be a very difficult thing. And that's the reason why I am doing this particular series, is to bring awareness to a problem that's been going on for a very long time.
Okay, right off the bat, he says that this is a problem that's been going on for a very long time, which he's making you all know that this has been going on for a very long time. I could at least say that this problem's been going on since he started YouTube in 2006. This is something that has been going on for a long time. He's going to tell you about how he grew up. So that means even before there was social media, before there was the internet, he been going through this. Okay, this is something he's been going through for a very long time. And in the beginning of this video, the way that he says it, if you're a foundational Black American, he will make you think that, oh, wow, he's talking about our struggle that we've been going through with slavery and segregation and systemic racism and many other things. It will trigger those thought processes and those feelings and those memories and et cetera, et cetera. So you'd be like, oh, okay, he talking about us. This is how a lot of those tethers try to move. They'll use certain words and try to make you think that they talking about the Black excellence experience, the foundational Black American experience, but he actually talking about the immigration, the Black immigration experience. Let's continue.
Black folk in America don't like each other.
That's BS and that's cap. For him to say Black folks in America don't like each other, first and foremost, bruh, you a tether. You're not even an FBA. You don't know how we get down. You don't understand our culture. This whole video, all you did was talk about your experiences as a Black immigrant. And you explained that side of things, but you didn't say one thing that referenced the FBA experience. I didn't hear one thing that talked about the FBA experience other than you speaking salty, you speaking grimy, and you speaking negative. See, your problem is you're a Black immigrant. So when you try to get around the majority of Black folks here in America that are foundational Black Americans, you ain't gonna understand us. And then especially the way that you move, you ain't moving right. You have Black immigrants that understand and they move right. And we receive them with open arms because they keeping it down like 4 flat tires. They ride or die. They moving like white on rice. They staying true to Black excellence. They keep it, they doing everything they can to keep their Black card or to get a Black card or to not have their Black card revoked. They prove it. They show loyalty. They do it over and over again. But you got some Black immigrants like you, Ringo. You ain't moving right. And this is why you talking grimy. And this is why people always coming for you, because you're not speaking right. And this is the guy that claimed that he's the #1 source of truth with commentary and all this stuff. No, he's the #1 source of misinformation because he don't even understand these basic content. Let's go.
And it's an untold truth that people just don't want to talk about.
No, we talk about it all the time. The problem is you're not actually having conversations with the FBA community. See, when you do your videos and your content, all you talking to is tethers. You talking to people that's not about Black excellence. So you ain't in the conversations that we having. You don't even know the type of conversations that FBAs actually have with one another. And if you try to get involved in them conversations, we're going to look at you like, what's wrong with him? We're going to be, we listen, we ain't even got to open our mouths. We already on code. We already know what time it is. We see you. That's why you don't understand this, bro. Your Black card is revoked. Let's go.
In my last video, I talked about my experiences, and I noticed something in the comments that was very interesting. Someone came into my comment section and said, "This guy is Jamaican. Why don't you go find love over there?" That's what they said. Now, here's the problem. Number one, I'm not Jamaican. Number two, I've always heard racist people say stuff like, black people need to go back to Africa. I've always heard that term.
And when you hear terms like that, okay, when you hear terms like that, you have no understanding of why people would say that. You see, it's people like you that want to come to our country. We were forced here. You came here with privilege. I don't care if you fled here, if you had to escape things. You came here with a whole different mindset. You had a choice. Your family had a choice. You chose to flee here. You chose to come here. You could have went anywhere else, but you chose to come to America. Foundational Black Americans didn't have a choice. We were brought here on slave ships. We were separated from our bloodline, from our families. Do you not realize what we went through in slavery? That our mothers got separated and we had to watch master impregnate our moms. A lot of our mothers, they were married. Ringo, do you not understand what we went through? No, you don't, because you ain't us. Our mothers had to get impregnated. That's why some of us are light-skinned. Some of us are fair-skinned. Because master unseparated us right in front of our own dads. Dads got sent off. Or dads had to do the bucket and impregnate a bunch of women, and we had to get separated and sent to different plantations, and some of us got killed and we couldn't survive, and it's just insane, man. Our mothers had children, which was supposed to be our siblings, younger brothers, younger sisters, and then we had to watch them get sent off to some other slave plantation. Our families getting separated. Y'all didn't come from that. And I'm not saying that down in the Caribbean, they didn't have no form of slavery, because they did. And this is why we embrace the brothers and the sisters that might be immigrants that understand this. But Ringo is talking like he ain't never went through nothing. I mean, he ain't go through it here in the United States. He might have went through it down in an island or something like that. I mean, I'm not saying him personally went through, but I'm talking about when I say him, I'm referencing his family. You don't understand what we've been through. You don't understand what we still going through. Man, let me just play, man. Let me play this, man. Let me just play it.
When I read that comment, that's exactly what I heard. What I heard was a black person saying, if you want love, go back to Jamaica.
You know why they say that? Because prior to you doing this video, all you've been doing is spitting nothing but hate to foundational Black Americans. You've been doing this. Ringo been doing this for years. He like black people. If he believes that you're an immigrant, it seems like you different or something like that, he cool with you. Or if he can just simply control you. But see, you ain't gonna control no foundational Black American. A foundational Black American is gonna call you out on your ish. They're gonna hold you accountable. We ain't no weak people. Let me make this clear to you. Ringo, foundational Black Americans aren't weak people. We've been torn apart with our families. We done had everything stripped from us. We had nowhere to escape. While, for example, you and your family lineage got to escape and run or choose out of choice, out of freedom of choice to come to America. We didn't have any choice, and we couldn't leave, and we couldn't go anywhere, and we held it down, and we built everything up. We made the best of it. We turned lemons to lemonade. The list goes on and on. We got a grit that you just don't understand. We got a level of toughness that tethers don't understand. So when you having conversations with us, you don't know how to communicate with us. That's a part of the accountability that you need to take. But I know you figure you a communication master because you've been on YouTube since 2006. Because you got your 229,000 subscribers. So you feel like you're a communication master. You feel like you don't need to critique to be critiqued. You feel like you don't need to grow and learn. And when somebody actually try to put you on game, you don't listen. You got too much pride and ego. You got one of the 7 deadly sins, actually more than one. So you wonder why you had these experiences. Let's go, man.
In their mind, they're assuming that I'm Jamaican because I have locks.
It ain't just because you got locks, Ringo. Look at yourself. I mean, do you see what you look like? You may not be Jamaican, which we know for a fact you're not, but you got a lot of similarities. Come on, man. Hey, yo, Ringo, you got a lot of similarities with Jamaicans, man. You talk like a Jamaican, or you could talk like a Jamaican. You look like a Jamaican. You have the culture of a Jamaican. You reek and smell like a Jamaican, even though you're Panamanian. Come on, man. You wonder why people would say that. Stop having that silly look on your face. Stop having this silly look on your face. When people try to put you up on game, you don't want to listen. You got too much pride. Let's go.
So they're assuming I'm Jamaican. And they said that if I want love, I need to go back to Jamaica. Which confirm what I've been telling you guys about internalized racism in America.
You got to stop right there. See, you don't understand. You're talking about internalized racism in America. Oh, I'm about to break some things down. I'm going to let you run off at the mouth. I'm going to let you say a couple of things. I'm going to come back to this point. So everybody watching me, I want you to remember this point. We talked about internalized racism in America amongst black people. And we're going to come back to this point in a minute. I want to let him say a couple more things before I get there.
Black people. For that person to say that, it speaks volumes to the amount of hate that is in their heart.
How can you say that a person that says, if you want love, go back to Jamaica, that they automatically have hate in their heart? Maybe they're trying to get you to understand a concept and you're just taking it as hate. Maybe they're trying to get you to see something that the way you've been moving, or should we say haven't been moving, you're getting met with opposition. See, you forget that you've been producing content for years on YouTube, and you've been saying a lot of things that doesn't support and align with the FBA community for years. You've been saying and doing a lot of things that is misaligned, that is not supportive. You don't get to go around trashing the FBA community, trashing foundational Black Americans, trashing Black excellence for years. For people to watch you trash Black content creators that are foundational Black Americans and Black excellence, people that support foundational Black Americans and Black excellence, you don't get to do that for years. You don't get to glorify white people like Charlie Kirk and Hulk Hogan and all of them, and then you turn back around, you wonder why people talking to you. You up there repping the MAGA hat. People tried to tell you when you was repping that MAGA hat. See, a lot of the people that's Black that, for example, and I'm not saying everybody because I don't have time to get into the whole ramifications and all the scenarios. So this isn't a blanket statement. Let me repeat, this isn't a blanket statement. Let me repeat, this isn't a blanket statement. Hello, are you listening? Don't nobody make no video. Don't nobody try to comment. Pay attention. This is not a blanket statement. A good number of people that are Black, their skin color is Black, that may have voted for Donald Trump, for example, and been in support of Donald Trump and been in support of making America great again. This is, again, not a blanket statement, but a good percentage of them are Black immigrants. I don't have time to get into it and break down all the numbers and all that stuff. But listen, I'm not here to be arguing and debating. I'm just literally telling you facts. A good percentage of people whose skin color was black, who supports Trump, supports all the stuff he's doing, support where the economy is even to this day, or a lot of times they kind of staying quiet because it ain't cool right now to support Trump. A lot of people upset his approval rating went down, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't want to get into all of that stuff. Oh, the president. I'm just making a point. A lot of them would be considered a tether. See, we thought they was down with us and they was cool with us, but they not. And every time I hit the pause, like RJ said, look at his face. Let's continue, man. Let me just get through this because I got to get to the Don Lemon part.
Towards people that they believe is not American.
You're not American in terms of being a foundational Black American. You might be American, Ringo, in terms of being a Black American immigrant. Your bloodline, you come, I understand. Don't be sitting up there, oh, Brainwavezz don't know what he's talking about. I was born in America. I didn't say you weren't born in America. Nowhere during this 1 hour and 45 minute and counting live stream did I say you weren't born in America. But it's clear, your bloodline, your lineage. You said your mom was from Panama. She's Panamanian. She was not born here. Therefore, that makes you an immigrant. A Black immigrant, but an immigrant. That means you would be considered a tether, not an FBA. And again, I don't like those terms because that makes it's disrespectful and derogatory towards all Black immigrants. And like I said, if you're a Black immigrant, foundational Black Americans will support you and stand behind you if you're in support of foundational Black Americans and their excellence. And you ain't just here to use our community, use our resources, get what you need, get to a certain point, and then you crap on us. You play like you down and play like you care to get whatever it is you need, and then you crap on us. If you do that, we're going to call you out. Foundational Black Americans will make videos, TikToks, Instagram, IGs, whatever, YouTubes. We're going to make videos calling you out if you do that. We're not going to sit back and let you be a part of our so-called community. We're going to kick you out. That's why you keep meeting with opposition, Ringo, because there's people that are Black immigrants that don't have these experiences because they don't bring the same energy that you bring. It's something in your bloodline. It's something in you why you having these experiences. And it's a lot of people that are Black immigrants who have these experiences and they click up and they just loyal to each other. This is why you're seeing a certain level of loyalty on YouTube right now with certain content creators. Rollo would be considered a Black immigrant. This is why Rollo is clicking up with Ringo. Zatz would be considered a Black immigrant. Even though he's in Florida, he would be considered a tether. A lot of these people, Caramel, Kimmy, Kim, the list goes on. Y'all wonder why these people are doing and saying what they saying. They're looking at each other like, well, we're all the same. And, you know, that's why they hate people like me. They hate people like you. They can't stand us. And that's why they always talking, bumping their gums, always doing it. Not just represent a point or represent a moment. They always doing it because they don't like us. They have their own racism when they come here. And I'm going to get to that a little bit later. They come here bringing their misunderstandings and their racism. And they want to come to our territory and be accepted. They want to come to our hoods, our communities, and they want to be accepted. But yet they act like they better. They act like whatever. They want to throw everything they got in their face, in our face. So they want to throw their culture all in our face, wave their flags all in our face, do what they do all in the foundational Black Americans' faces. But yet they don't want to embrace what we got. They want to crap on what we got. They want to crap on our people. They want to look down on our plight when we going through, when we are sympathizing and empathizing. They want to talk about us and say something wrong. See, stuff like what this guy doing. You're not going to get accepted in our community like that. And you've been doing stuff like this for a long time. This guy been like this for a long time. It's just we didn't see it. And in 2026, that veil of illusion is removed with everybody. You seeing where everybody stand. That's why I'm glad I ain't with this guy no more. I'm glad I don't rock with RingoTV Reactions, New Breed Global Truth, Floridian Rollo, and all those people that got this type of mindset. I'm happy. My life has not been it's been great. It ain't been any better prior to with them. My life, man, I'm wondering why issues going on. The Most High is like, nah, I ain't finna have you rock with them. I'm about to separate y'all. I'm so thankful for that separation. I'm so thankful because I ain't got nothing to do with this guy other than calling him out. Let's continue.
Let's talk about the Jamaican people.
See, he's starting out saying, let's talk about the Jamaican people. He's not starting out saying, let's talk about the foundational Black American people. Mind you, he's talking about his American experience here in America, not his experience down in Panama, not his experience down in Jamaica, man, not his experience in some Caribbean island. He's talking about his experience right here in America, but he disregarded everybody that's foundational Black American. See, he don't even understand how he talking and he's starting out how it sounds to foundational Black Americans. Let's continue.
Growing up as a young man in Brooklyn, New York.
Now, when you hear Brooklyn, New York, you're going to think that, oh, he grew up in Brooklyn. He down with the cause. He down with the hood. That's what you're going to think. Keep listening.
Surrounded by West Indians.
He was surrounded by West Indians. Okay, let's make a note of that. He was surrounded by West Indians. He didn't say he was surrounded by foundational Black Americans.
I was surrounded by Trinidadians,
He said he was surrounded by Trinidadians, and he's about to say he's surrounded by Jamaicans, okay? Let me know if you hear foundational Black Americans.
Jamaicans, surrounded by Haitians.
He's surrounded by Haitians.
Guyanese.
He's surrounded by Guyanese. His wife is Guyanese. You understand? His wife is Guyanese. His wife is not even what we consider FBA. She's a Tether. It is funny because RingoTV Reactions did all of that video talk about New Breed and his white baby mama, which, that's another conversation. New Breed tried to say, oh, she's what he's trying to have her say, she's a Hispanic, no, she's a Latino FBA or something like that. Oh, I'm a Latino FBA or something like that. And of course, they not even together to this day. Unless they work stuff out after that, the phone call threats and all that stuff or whatever. But anyway, RingoTV Reactions tried to go in on New Breed. He got a white baby mama. He got a tether for a woman. And then look at Ringo. Ringo's a tether, and his own wife would be a tether by FBA standards. Because even though he was born in America, I don't know, I guess his wife was born in America too. Your family, your lineage, you didn't go through the slavery. You didn't go through the blood, sweat, and tears. You didn't go through the sacrifice. That's why this guy was talking crazy like reparations and all this stuff. You ain't getting that. You don't need that. He don't understand. You didn't go through what we went through. So you don't deserve it anyway. Man, let me continue, man. Let me just continue. All the people he named had nothing to do with FBA Black people. Let's go.
People from Barbados.
See, Barbados. That's another one. So now we at 6. He naming everybody from the Caribbean and everywhere else other than foundational Black Americans. Not one time did you hear Ringo say about his experiences actually with FBA, which means he grew up in Brooklyn, but he ain't grew up in the hood. He might have grew up what he thought was the hood. He might have grew up in what was considered lower income, but he ain't grow up in the foundational Black American hood. See, that's a different type of hood he don't understand.
Grenada.
See, he's talking about Grenada. Again, another what would be considered tether area. Like, for example, some of y'all have wondered why Nicki Minaj went the route that she went. Nicki Minaj would be considered a tether. Even though she's here, like, I understand all of that. But if you make the research and you do the research and you see where these people are from, you'll understand maybe why they think that they're quote unquote white, or they think that they're better, or why, if they don't necessarily verbalize that, why they may align themselves with white people, why they may take certain stances with white people, because they don't see themselves as foundational Black Americans. See, a lot of y'all be wondering, why is it this and why is it that? Oh, why did they change? We've been thinking these people been foundational Black Americans. We've been looking at them. We've been carrying them on our shoulders, lifting them up, thinking that they one thing, and they never was actually for our community. They might have used our community. They might have made it seem like they was for our community. They might have act like it, did some things. They might even did something, little something here or there. But they have their ultimate goal. And see, I'm telling you, man, this thing is deeper. Let's go.
You name it. One thing I could tell you about Jamaican people is they got love for their people.
So let me get this straight. You don't think that foundational Black Americans got love for their people? You don't think that foundational Black Americans don't have love for their people? We're showing you right now, Ringo, that all the stuff that Carmelo Anthony's been going through, we've been rallying. You see all the stuff that Nolan Wells been going through. You done had the family, the mother of Emmett Till, all of the struggles that we went through, that foundational Black Americans went through. When you go look at the marches and the protests and stuff, even just with Nolan Wells, let alone other situations, we got love for our people. But Ringo, you're not our people. Your black card is revoked. Your skin color is Black, but you're a Black immigrant. You would be considered a Black Tether. You was born in America. Don't hit me with this, oh, I was born in America. Bruh, your bloodline, immigrants, Panamanian. Just because you was born here in America doesn't mean that that's where your lineage is from. That's what delineates an FBA from a Tether. You didn't go through the struggles we went through. You didn't have to try to run and escape a slave plantation and get up north. And I'm not talking about any of us because we was born after that. But what I'm saying is our families. When I say you, when I'm referring to you, I'm talking about our family bloodline. You didn't have nobody in your family bloodline that had to run and escape and try to get up north and try to get free. And even when you get up north, you still dealing with systematic racism, something that you said that don't exist. Just because Black people was free in the North don't mean it still wasn't systematic racism. It's just certain things they couldn't do in the North because, quote unquote, everybody was free. And then they fought against the South and, quote unquote, everybody was free. But even in the South, since everybody been free, we still deal with systematic racism to this day. The nerve of this guy to say that don't play any part into what's going on with Carmelo Anthony, what's going on with Nolan Wells. And for all we know, I haven't done any research, but for all we know, this could play also a hand in the Tasia Fortune case. And if this guy really cared about that, he would be speaking out about it. But he don't give a damn about that. You know why? Because if he was to talk about Tasia Fortune, people are like, who is Tasia Fortune? I don't even know who that is. Who is Tasia Fortune? I don't know who that is. Who is Tasia Fortune? They don't know who this woman is. This 29-year-old young woman found hanging from a tree, dead. He don't care nothing about that. You know why? Because it can't give him no likes, clicks, and views. See, he can't get no likes, clicks, and views off of trying to rally off of the foundational Black American community to get views and get awareness of it. Nor can he rally off of the Tether community because ain't nobody even talking about it. So he ain't gonna talk about it because they ain't gonna get him no likes, clicks, and views. So let's get back to that other video. Let's go.
They got love for their people.
And he think that foundational Black Americans don't have love for their people. Ringo, you are sadly misunderstood. This is what you're jealous of. And you know what's funny? Here he is talking about they got love for their people. But see, the person who left that comment recognized that you ain't our people. I'm not saying that the comment was delivered in the right way or whatever. I'm just making a point. They recognize you ain't our people. You ain't us. See, we got love for our people. That's what you jealous about. That's what you upset. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all are stupid. See, I'm trying to put y'all on game. I'm trying to teach y'all. If I go back and play that video where he was at the rest stop coming back from Florida and he up there talking, I'm trying to put y'all on game. Ringo, you will never be able to say anything or do any video that's going to change the way the foundational Black Americans think. The only people that's rallying behind you are people that's completely ignorant and have no idea what's going on, or people that like to see you make a fool of yourself. And then you have the Tether community. That's who's rallying behind you, the Tethers, because they feel the same way in their hearts. Many of y'all be wondering, how could people support RingoTV reactions? Because they feel the same way. They feel the same way about you. They feel the same way about me. They feel the same way about Nolan Wells. They feel the same way about Carmela Anthony. They feel the same about Daryl Lowry. They feel the same way about Ashley Janae. They feel the same way about all of these folks, including Tasia Fortune. They don't care because they look at it, that ain't they people. That ain't they struggle. But let something like that happen to one of their people, then they be like, come on, I need the foundational Black American and all their resources to get behind us and support. What's wrong with y'all? You're not supporting? And this is why you see so many people making videos as of late, speaking out, calling people out. FBA's gonna call you out, bro. We ain't scared of nobody. You know what the hell we done been through? Do you know it's in our bloodline? Do you know we have to deal with on a daily basis? We calling all of y'all out, man. Let's continue.
They have culture.
So you think that foundational Black Americans don't have culture? Who do you think started the Black Renaissance? Huh? Huh? Answer that question, Ringo. Who do you think started the Harlem Renaissance? Let me put you on game. Let me put you on game real quick, Ringo, since you talking about Black people don't have culture. And you should know this because you from Brooklyn. You from Brooklyn. You should know this. Descendants of who? Descendants of Panamanians? Descendants of Barbados? Descendants of Guyana? Descendants of Jamaica? No. Descendants of American slavery, Ringo, often referred to as foundational Black Americans. Do you know anything about the American slavery experience? No, you don't, because you a tether. You was born here in America, but you a tether. Just because people are born here don't mean they connect with the actual foundational Black American experience. You understand? Okay? Descendants of the American slavery, often referred to as foundational Black Americans, created the Harlem Renaissance during the 1920s. You would know about that if you went to any of these schools here, if you know anything about culture and our music and our artwork and our books and our poetry and our everything, the way we play music. Bruh, don't get me started on this. That was back in the 1920s. You don't know nothing about that because back in the 1920s, your family was over there in Panama. It says this cultural movement marked a massive rebirth of what? Black art. Do you understand that some of the Black art? Do you understand that Michael Jordan hat that you got on your head? Music and literature. Okay, it is a distinct from the broader concept of an American Renaissance. This is the Black Renaissance, the Harlem Renaissance. Do you understand that the Harlem Renaissance shifted global views of Black identity? Because of the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s, people around the world looked at Black people differently. We did that. Foundational Black Americans did that, Ringo. Do you not know that? Do you know all the lies you're speaking against people? Writers, poets, and musicians. Do you know who Langston Hughes is? You should know since you're a producer in music. Do you know who Zora Hurston is? Do you know who Duke Ellington is? They led the movement. Do you know that it was millions of foundational Black Americans? They were moving from the South to northern cities to help fuel this artistic growth because they had freedom. Man, listen, and it go back. You know what? Let me just go back to the video. He don't understand nothing about us. He don't understand nothing about us. He was out of touch of those experiences. This is crazy, man. Let's continue, because I got to get through this part so I can get to the Don Lemon part. And I might have to just do the Don Lemon part 2 in a separate video just so that y'all can see. But let's go. Like, we revoking this guy's black card because this guy's got nothing but disrespect for foundational Black Americans. Y'all wonder why he done made videos about me. Many of y'all wondering, but at Brainwavezz, I thought y'all was cool. Yeah, I thought the same thing too. You wonder why he making all these videos lying. He lying on everything. He's not us, y'all. He's not us.
They have style, class.
So you mean to tell me foundational Black Americans don't have style and don't have class? Do you see how he's insulting us as foundational Black Americans? He's like, hey, you know, Jamaicans, all them, they've got style and they've got class. So what you trying to say? We don't have style and we don't have class? Come on, Ringo. Is that what you saying? Do you not understand that Michael Jordan hat that you got on your head right now? Michael Jordan is a foundational Black American. Here you are wearing a Jordan hat and you being disrespectful to foundational Black Americans. That same Michael Jordan hat that you got on your head, Michael Jordan, that's right. His lineage is FBA, right here in the United States. One of the greatest basketball players to ever do it, to have clothing lines, to have everything after him. He's a direct descendant of Black slavery. He qualifies as an FBA. And guess what? You should know that because he was born in Brooklyn, New York. Of course, he was raised in Wilmington, North Kakalaki. But he got family ties that's deep into the South. Come on, man. Don't listen. You don't know nothing about Jim Crow and the Reconstruction era. You don't understand what we had to fight and deal with, man. This guy is I don't know what to say, man. This guy claimed that for us as foundational Black Americans, we have no culture. Do y'all see how by him saying that is extremely condescending, that's disrespectful, and you wonder why if he giving off that energy and that's how he thinking, you wonder why he ain't getting the reception that he think he's supposed to get. You cannot come here as a foreigner, as an immigrant, and expect us being native to give you that type of reception. And that's how you moving? Nah, bruh. That's why you blocked out. Listen, you ain't gonna never be accepted amongst us moving like that. Your black card been revoked. Let's go.
And being raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn, even if you were American, you were influenced by Jamaican culture.
So what do you mean by American? See, notice how he didn't specify. He just said if you're American. Are you a foundational Black American? Are you an immigrant American? Are you an American of another ethnicity? Notice how he didn't specify. See?
Jamaican music, food, you name it.
Now, this isn't to say that as a foundational Black American, that we don't like Jamaican food and Jamaican music. We do. You know, we understand the culture, we get down. But what you're not going to do is come here and act like your culture and act like your ways and act like all that is better than us. Here on our own stomping ground. You're not going to do that, Ringo. You're not going to do that. You're going to get called out. You're going to get called. You and all your Tether community. Y'all are going to get called out. We're not going to sit back and let y'all get away with thinking that you can use us and be in our communities and we don't call you out. See, you are a cancer to the community. You act like you uplifting the community, but all you're doing is creating issues.
All throughout Nostrand, Utica, you would have a plethora of Jamaican shops where they would cook good food, play good music.
So are you trying to say that the foundational Black Americans cannot cook good food? Are you trying to say that foundational Black Americans can't play good music? Like before you was born, Ringo, do you know anything about the Harlem Renaissance? See, that's what I'm saying. You don't understand what took place here before you was even born here. You obviously don't have a relationship with your father, so he never taught you this. And your Panamanian mom didn't obviously teach you this. Maybe she didn't know. We don't know her like that, so we don't know. But obviously, it's clear that you didn't know that we got good food and good culture. And you just seem to be erasing and skipping over and not acknowledging any of that. And not one time did you hear this guy say, man, I really wanted to get to know, the FBA experience and all this. He ain't said it. He running around here bragging and toting like everybody else's experience. The Black immigrant experience is so better. That's why I keep telling you, this guy think he better than everybody.
They would show love to their customers.
So you mean to tell me foundational Black Americans didn't show love? I mean, all of the Black Wall Streets and the Black towns that we had and came together, especially you being from New York, man. This is like you from Brooklyn. You should know all the stuff that took place. A lot of monumental things took place in New York as it relates to the foundational Black Americans in our community. And you ain't mentioned none of that. How we came together, how we built communities, how we working together. You act like you blind to that. Maybe you are. But the nerve of you to sit up there and act like we ain't did nothing. Let's go.
I miss that about New York.
And it's funny. RJ has a point. RJ says, so why did he leave that area? I'm trying not to get too far in the chat because, I'm trying to stay focused. But if I could get that comment up right here. RJ said, so why did he leave that area if it was so great? Y'all see that at the bottom? It's in the chat. Appreciate that. Young Gelder? I'm trying to look at it on my phone. It says, keep cooking this dude with history and truth. Yeah, if New York was so great, if Brooklyn was so great, you had such great experiences, why was he going around bragging, talking about, man, New York, this ain't a community. In Brooklyn, it's not a community where you can raise a family. You can't raise a family. No, he wanted to get around more of those YT people. He got to be around those YT people. That's where he feel comfortable. Listen, Ringo is not staying in the hood in New York. Ringo stay in a white community. He's told you that many times. He moved in a community. He said it's a couple of Black people that came in there, but it's a predominantly white community. He picked the whitest community to move to, or at least one of them in North Kakalaki. That's North Carolina for those of you that don't understand. He left Brooklyn, New York to go to a white area. He ain't around Black folks. He don't care about Black excellence. He don't care about our communities. He's not FBA. And that's why he's so disrespectful to Nolan Wells and the family. He literally doing everything he can to tear Ben Crump and Al Sharpton and Miss Christine and her husband and, Nolan. And like every time there's a Black case, I got to tear him apart, tear him apart, tear him apart. You're our enemy. You've made foundational Black Americans your enemy. Your Black card is revoked, Ringo. Let's go.
I was raised around a lot of Haitian people.
Were you raised around foundational Black Americans? No.
A lot of Haitians have culture and love for their people.
So you mean to tell me foundational Black Americans don't have love and culture? You mean to tell me they don't have love for their people and culture? Or are you not aware? Again, I'm just going to stick with the Harlem Renaissance, let alone many other things. If you can't even get this point, like, it just says a lot about your lack of intelligence. And this is sad because you from Brooklyn. So you should understand what took place in the boroughs. But see, you don't care because you never want to be a part of that. You was like, yeah, I'm in New York. I just got to do me. I'm just doing me. I'm just doing me.
When I was raised in Flatbush, Brooklyn, I remember I grew up and I knew a lot of Haitians.
Did you know any foundational Black Americans? No, you didn't.
You know, I had this one buddy that I was growing up with. His name was Piero, and his brother was Tristan. They were Haitian.
But did you know any foundational Black Americans? No, you didn't. You didn't grow up around us. You don't know how we think. You don't know how we act. His black card is revoked.
Their mom showed me a lot of love, you know.
So you mean to tell me you had no interaction with foundational Black Americans? There was a lot of foundational Black American moms that show love. That's all they did. Everybody, man, he don't understand. In the foundational Black American community, everybody's mom would show everybody this love. Show all the kids love. Show everybody they would treat each other like their child. The dads would do the same thing, have all the boys over, the girls too. Hey, look, come over here and do this. That's what we did in our communities. But you're unaware of that because you had no experiences. You had no interactions with the foundational Black Americans. You don't know us. You don't understand us. You over here thinking you better. Thinking that we ain't have what you have. I mean, who's showing the racism of who? This is crazy.
She had passed away when we were all teenagers, and she was a good woman. You know, she was like a second mom, third mom. She was a mom, and she had a lot of love for us kids in the community. I got my first job at a Haitian barbershop.
So you've been spending your time in Haitian barbershops, but you ain't spending your time in no foundational Black American barbershops. This is why you don't understand our TV shows, our movies, the comedy skits, our actual experiences. You weren't around to understand what foundational Black Americans talk about. Now, see, I ain't gonna tell you because you should know this, but your black card is revoked. This is why he got issues with all of us, with Carmelo Anthony, Nolan Wells, wherever cases, all the other cases. This is why he say Charlie Kirk is an American hero and did more for the Black community than Martin Luther King. Y'all know I done shown that thumbnail and the video that he did. I done shown that a million times. I get tired of pulling it up. All you gotta do is go to his channel and search for that. Put in Charlie Kirk. You'll see it come up. Put in Charlie Kirk as an American hero. It'll come right on up. Man, I'll tell you, man. Let's continue.
On Flatbush and Ditmas Avenue in Brooklyn, Haitians hired me. I was just a teenager. Well, I wasn't even a teenager yet. I was 12 years old. And they trusted me to be a barber, to cut hair.
So what does that have to do with foundational Black Americans? So, I mean, seriously, we understand your experiences, but it's like the way you talk, like, hey, they trusted me to cut hair. So what are you trying to say? You never even interacted. Not one time have you heard him say, hey, I went to a foundational Black American. All he talking about is somebody who commented, who called him out. That's what he talking about. That's what he got a problem with. Not one time did you hear RingoTV reaction say, yeah, man, I went to the foundational Black Americans and I tried to see if I could get a job at a barbershop. He ain't say that because he ain't had no interaction with us. See, all along, y'all thought that he was us because his skin color's black. Kendrick Lamar is right. They not like us. He not like us. He had the Black immigrant experience, but not the foundational Black American experience. You ain't try to get no haircut in no foundational Black American barbershop.
Gave me my big break. I was able to buy video games, everything. I was so excited to have that job. Haitian people did that for me.
See, he's trying to make it seem like, see, Haitian people are better. You know, Haitian people did that for me. Haitian people are better. That's what he's implying. You know, the Haitians did that. All these people, like, he's trying to make it seem like, listen, if you listen to this rhetoric that he's saying, and I know he's talking about his experience, but he's trying to make it appear as if all the Black immigrants are just so nice and they're so wonderful. They're such good people. And he's trying to make it seem like foundational Black Americans are horrible. Trying to make it like, see, they did this, but, you know, foundational Black Americans didn't do this. They didn't embrace me. They didn't this, they didn't that. See? That's what he's implying. He didn't utter those words, but he's implying. Y'all understand implied language? RingoTV reactions. Do you understand the definition of implied language? It is language where you didn't utter the words. So don't be making no videos talking about, I didn't say this, I didn't say that. It's implied. The word combinations that you're putting together, the things that you're focusing on means that you're implying that. Man, let's go.
Gave me a start to earn money. I worked in another barbershop that was owned by a Jamaican. That's right.
See how he did the little smirk? He'll do the little smirk. It was owned by a Jamaican. He smiled. He feel pride when he talk about that. See, every time he talks about that, he feel pride. What's up, Doe Eyes? Yeah, ICE is in Georgia. ICE is everywhere. They everywhere at this point. We know about them. You know, I work for public safety in the school system. I know all about ICE. I'm going to tell you one thing. They ain't finna be rolling up to our schools. If they think they finna roll up to our schools and just get in, they got a whole nother story. Now, if somebody is outside of the school property, hey, that's another conversation. You get outside of school grounds, whatever, ICE out there. But as far as the school grounds and stuff like that, but the whole point is I'm establishing these things. Let's go.
Owned by a Jamaican. On Church Avenue, between East 37 and 38th Street.
See, all he's talking about is Jamaicans. He's talking about like the islands. You ain't said nothing about no barbershop owned by no foundational Black American. I ain't heard one experience yet by, a barbershop that was owned by somebody that would be considered FBA.
The barbershop name was King Cuts Barbershop. That's right. In that barbershop, you had all different types of brothers in there.
Did you have any FBA brothers in that barbershop? You just said they had all different types of brothers in that barbershop. Let's see if he talk about anybody that was foundational Black American.
Trinidadian, Jamaican, Panamanian, and
see, no mention about no foundational Black Americans. His experience was completely separate from foundational Black Americans. And this is why he keep dragging Nolan Wells. This is why he keep dragging Carmelo Anthony. This is why he dragged everybody else. This is why he put Martin Luther King down. This is why he put me down. This is why he put you down. This is why he put other FBA content creators down, FBA viewers, etc. This is why he keep doing that.
That barbershop allowed me to experience culture.
You see, he said that barbershop allowed him to experience culture. That Jamaican barbershop or Jamaican-owned barbershop allowed him to experience culture. So he's trying to imply that there's no culture as if he done went to an FBA barbershop. Bruh, you ain't stepping no FBA barbershop. You claim you grew up in the hood, but you ain't made no references to no foundational Black American barbershops. I ain't heard one yet. You didn't have those experiences. You haven't gone through what we gone through. You ain't even been in the communities like we gone through. You might have passed through the communities. You might have went and visited when you had your housing project job, when you was doing the boiler plants. Let me tell y'all this real quick. There's a major cell phone carrier. Verizon is reporting service issues. So if you got a Verizon phone and you're wondering why there might be service issues, it's impacting voice services for wireless customers. So they're working to try to figure out what it is. But if you got Verizon, that's breaking news. There's some issue. All right, just to let you know, or somebody you're expecting a call from or text or some communication and you haven't heard from them, or you're trying to call them and you can't get through. Verizon customers are experiencing an outage. Let's continue.
From all these other men that came from different places.
But you didn't say nothing about men that came from foundational Black Americans. Let's go.
There was unity, peace. We had our arguments. But there.
See, he said there's unity, peace. Just like with FBA. FBA have their arguments. Don't think just because somebody is a foundational Black American that we don't have disagreements. But we have peace and unity too. But you ain't mentioned any of that. You never had that experience. Have you ever stepped in an FBA community? Have you actually ever interacted with us? That's why, listen, this is why this guy had the issues that he have even to this day. He don't interact with us. He just like, oh, they're FBA, they're this, they're that. You don't understand us. You hadn't had no experiences with us. And we see that when we look at you, that you like looking at us like we crazy. And we're like, who is this dude looking at us like we crazy? Who is this dude talking at us like we crazy, talking about us?
It was unity. What I'm saying is all the people that I was raised around had culture.
Again, you're not saying anything about experiencing foundational Black American culture. Our culture was here before your mama and your daddy got here. Okay? Before your mama and daddy was born. Where were they born? In the 50s or 40s? Your mama and daddy was most likely born in the 50s or 40s. Right? 1950 something, 1940 something. We done had the Harlem Renaissance and Black excellence and all that here years before they got here. And you ain't mentioned one thing about it because you don't know nothing about that. There was culture here. Where you think, you know what? Let me just play the video, man. It's clear it's clear he's ignorant.
And I noticed there was a difference between Blacks that came from Jamaica, Trinidad, different parts of the world. They were different. They conducted themselves with culture, class, and style.
Do you see what he did? That's a huge insult. So by him saying that Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Panamanians in his case, etc., Guyanese in his wife's case, all that, and everybody else, they conducted themselves with class and style. He's trying to insinuate. Okay, he didn't utter the words out of his mouth. I don't hear nobody making no video saying, Brainwavezz, he didn't say that. He insinuate. Go look up in the Webster's dictionary what insinuate means. Okay, he's insinuating that foundational Black Americans have no culture and no class and no unity. He always trying to depict us, we're just a bunch of animals and we're this and this and that. See, him thinking like that, that's why his thought processes align more with white people. You know how white people already feel about us, and it's not all white people, because some white people down for the cause. Some white people have sacrificed everything to help us become free and have the things that we have during slavery. We are aware of that. We recognize that. We acknowledge that. We're talking about some white people that don't want to see Black excellence. We're talking about that, the privilege and all of that stuff, how they stay on code for one another so that they can continue to stay in power and do the things that they do. Ringo trying to make it seem like foundational Black Americans don't have that. And we do, and he doesn't acknowledge that. So if he don't even realize it then when he's talking about the past, what do you think now? Oh, they're all animals. They're all this. They're all demons. They're all NPCs. You wonder who he's talking about when he making these videos. Because you know he ain't talking about no Panamanians. You know he ain't talking about Jamaicans and Trinidadians and all the, the so-called tethers. He's talking about foundational Black Americans. He look at us through the same lens that white people look at us. And it's not all Black immigrants that's like that, but those that are like Ringo, yeah. And these are the people he be running with.
When it came to American Blacks,
see,
I noticed a big difference. It was almost like a jealousy. Because
what are we jealous of you for? We're born here. We're American Blacks and y'all are immigrants.
As everybody else from other parts of the world had a sense of culture, a sense of belonging. They knew where they were from.
Do you see how he's throwing shots and throwing insults? By him saying this means that he has no understanding, no sympathy, no empathy, no anything as it relates to the foundational Black American struggle. He's like, see, people from all over around the world, they have a sense of culture and identity. They know everything. And you the same one that was trying to make a case talking about the whole 400 years in the transatlantic trade slave. You didn't, bruh. Y'all do understand that even in the Caribbean, even in other places, even in Africa, they have systematic racism. They have internalized racism amongst their own. You have Africans that don't even accept other Africans. Some Africans think that they're better than other Africans. You got Panamanians who think that they better because it goes into that Latin culture. You got people from the islands in the Caribbean. It goes into the Latin. Next thing you know, you end up getting into the whole Spain, like settling everything. I really don't want to go into no big history lesson, but they have a level of racism against themselves. It's like a class system. You know, you have some, for example, you have some people from the islands that may have had higher authority and a higher standing in society, and it was almost like a slave structure. You know, well, I'm better than you because I got more money, or I come from this, and you, even though you the same ethnicity and you the same, you know, culture, we didn't have these experiences. Like, I don't really have time to break this down, but this guy is obviously blind to all of that. He's all obviously taking shots. This is why he's sitting up here. Look how he's looking on the camera. He's sitting up there like he's so proud. Like he's better than anybody that's foundational Black American. Let's go.
But in America, the average Black man, Black woman did not know where they come from. So they were trying to find their identity in religion, in different movements, and consequently, they still are unfulfilled. So I noticed that in the Black community, there was a lot of violence, a lot of killing, a lot of bloodshed, but no one is doing anything about the problems, you know?
So what do you mean no one's doing anything about the problems? What do you mean no one's doing anything about the problems? Are you not aware of all of this? Listen, this the same guy that said Martin Luther King did less for the community than Charlie Kirk. And we're talking about the Black community. Like, what Black community are you in alignment with? Are you talking about the Black immigrant community? I mean, Mark, you know what? I can't even get into this, man. Let me just play this. I can't. Like, this guy say some of the most insane things. And what's worse is that people actually believe him.
Nobody's doing anything to solve the issues.
He's saying nobody did nothing to solve the issues. Have you not read history books, Ringo? Have you not seen that foundational Black Americans are all over the history books? Have you not? Do you not understand? Do you skip over Black history when you was in school? Or maybe you didn't care about it because you didn't see your people invent stuff. I mean, even though some people, it was your people invented it. Like, I really don't want to get too technical on this. Listen, chat, I need y'all to understand this. I understand all of the stuff that y'all saying, but I do not have time to get into in-depth conversations about some of these talking points. I'll never get this live stream done. I'll never get to Don Limit. All right. I want y'all to understand. I understand these things. I just have to keep it general. Okay. I can't really break every single talking point down to a T. I'll never get this live stream done if I do. So I just want to kind of have y'all to understand this. I hear what y'all saying. I understand these things. I know these things, but I don't have the time to go that in depth with every single thing that I'm saying if I'm going to get this live stream completed anytime soon. So please understand that when I mention certain points, I'm aware of that, but I don't have time. Okay. I just want y'all to understand. I know, I see the comments. I already get it, but I gotta leave something out if I'm gonna finish this. I mean, we already, what, 2 hours and change in? We already well over the time. We already 2 hours and 32 minutes in. So I gotta leave something out if I'm gonna finish this and then get to the Don Lemon part. Let's go.
But when it comes to other groups of Black from the Caribbean, even if they had their issues, there was a sense of unity, a sense of togetherness with them.
So you don't think that foundational Black Americans don't have a sense of togetherness and never always have you? I mean, Ringo, have you ever turned on a TV? Have you ever read a history book? Are you aware of anything that went on? You're not aware of the unity that we had? The fact that I even gotta say this means your black card is revoked, bro. You're completely unaware of everything that we've done as foundational Black Americans. It's a wonder why he talked the way he talked about content creators like me and many other people and viewers, people that have left comments and live chats. Why he talks the way he talks about supporters, and why he talks the way he's been talking about Nolan Wells and the family. And he don't understand. Or should I say, he understand. He know better, but he just making it clear who he's aligned with, who paying the bills over there.
And that is something that I've always admired, because I never seen that with American black people.
You see that? He said he never seen it. You never seen it with American black people, Ringo, because you never actually got around us. That's what's clear. This guy ain't never been in the real hood in Brooklyn. You ain't been in the real hood. If you was in the real hood in Brooklyn, I ain't talking about lower income, I'm talking about the foundational Black American hood, then you would have seen all of that. You would see how we fellowship with one another and what we do and how we get along, how we protect each other, and how we look at outsiders like you that would try to come up in our hood and be like, who is this cat? Who is this guy? Who does this guy think he is? He ain't one of us. Man, listen, man, let me just play the video. It's clear.
Never. I don't know what
and he said never. Listen, he said he don't know what it feels
like to have a community.
Wait a minute. How you gonna say you don't know what it feels like to have a community, but you just got finished talking about the Black immigrant community? You kept talking about the Haitians and the Trinidadians and et cetera, the Jamaicans, et cetera. You just talk about how you grew up in that community, but now you say you don't know what it feels like to have a community. You're caught in your own lies. Listen, I don't understand how people that are black, I understand maybe how somebody white is doing it, but I don't understand how somebody black is subscribed to RingoTV reactions and rocking hard, especially if you are foundational Black American. I don't see how anybody could do that unless they're literally under his warlock spell. Like maybe they're completely like under the spell or something. They got to be down with all of this. They got to be down with being anti-foundational Black American. They like to see us suffer. They like to see us lose. That's why they all teaming up to try to make sure we fail. That's why he up here teaming up with other content creators to coon and buffoon, to put out these stories and these lies and twists and try to cause more pain in our communities. Think about the amount of pain that he's causing with Miss Christine right now, a grieving mother that just lost her 18-year-old son that was on a track record of success. With all the stuff she done been through in the past, and she doing, because he don't understand the black struggle. He don't understand what goes on. This is the same content creator says there's no systematic racism. I don't know what world you come from. I don't know what you think you talking about. The areas, bruh, this is insane, man.
Don't know what that feels like. So being around the Jamaican people, being around Trinidadians, being around all these different groups, when their people would come together, there was always smiles, joy, music. They have drinks.
You don't think that foundational Black Americans don't have smiles, joys, music, and drinks? Like, what planet is this guy from? You mean to tell me you believe that all foundational Black Americans do is fight and fuss and do this? You mean to tell me you actually believe that? You don't believe that the foundational Black Americans ain't have smile and drinks and joy and music? Man, this guy right here, man. This guy right here, man. I tell you, man. And this video been out for months, but you know what it is? It takes somebody like me to break this down. See, it took a foundational Black American to break this down. Them tellers are gonna cover it up and they ain't gonna say nothing. They like, ooh, he gas. He filling us up with gas. He talk about our community. He ha ha ha. This is insane for him to insinuate that foundational Black Americans don't have no joy and, no smiles and music and culture and stuff.
It was always a good time. And
you mean to tell me we didn't always have a good time in our communities? This is crazy, man.
I was a part of many celebrations, many festivals, gatherings, and I felt like I was a part of what they were doing.
But see, you don't feel like you're a part of the foundational Black American community because you've been against us all along. You've been against us to the point where you never even attempted. Not one time have you said thus far that you tried to interact with us. That, hey, y'all, I tried to go interact with the FBA community. I tried to interact with them. I tried to come. You didn't even say that one time. You just you sitting off in the distance looking at us thinking you know what it is. See, that's the thing. He is in the distance. He is completely separated. That's why it don't hurt him when he talked the way he talked about saying F Nolan Wells and seeing Miss Christine cry and doing all this stuff. And same thing with the Anthony family talking about they need to be arrested. They need to be arrested. He think that we're evil. He's like, I ain't racist like most of the Black people in America. I'm not racist like them. That's what he said in all these videos. This is why he can sit there and say that. Oh, this way, I cut him off. I cut him off. I cut him off. This is why he don't feel nothing. That's how narcissists think. That's how warlocks think. Because you ain't never had no love in the first place. A person that never had no love for a brother or a sister in the first place could just cut him off. I cut him off. I cut him off. Because you ain't never had no love. Because if you did, it ain't easy to cut people off. You would try to work on a relationship. You will follow what the Bible says, especially if you profess in yourself that you're a biblical man.
I was accepted. I was greeted with open arms. They treated me as one of them.
See, what does he mean by treating him as one of them? He ain't talking about foundational Black Americans. And see, this is where his loyalty lies. He's not invested in our communities. He's invested in himself. He's invested in the immigrant community. He don't give a damn about our community. His job is to try to bring our community down, meaning the FBA, the foundational Black American community, at the expense of uplifting his community and whoever he be. This is why when you look at his YouTube channel, look at the ethnicity, if you're able to see of the other content creators that he's rocking with and the viewers that he's rocking with. Look at a lot of them. A lot of them are sellouts in terms of not being aligned and being supportive of the foundational Black American experience. Let's continue so I can get to the Don Lemon part. We're almost there.
And it was a good experience. I've never experienced that with American Black folk.
That's because you never tried to interact with American Black folk. There has to be an issue within you, the fact that your skin color is Black, and American Black folks, foundational Black Americans are not accepting you. There's an issue within you. See, we accept people that are Black immigrants. As long as they ain't trying to pull a Trojan horse and trying to use us and all this stuff and use our community and then turn back around and just crap on us. Yeah, we got you. Like I said, this ain't all quote unquote what would be considered tethers. This is not all Black immigrants. But we talking about those who think they better and they just like whatever with your culture and all of this, and y'all looking down, our culture is better and all of this stuff. You didn't even try to be assimilated in our culture. Not one time has this guy said it, but all he been saying the whole time is, yeah, man, basically our culture, the foundational Black American culture is trash. They ain't got no culture. They ain't got no love. They don't come together. They don't do this. They didn't accept me. And you wonder why he on YouTube right now making all these videos. He's on a warpath. This guy's on a warpath. He is the foundational Black American enemy. He's the enemy. He's one of them. Y'all understand? This is how this works.
Never. Never experienced that at all. Never experienced any gatherings, any parties, anything. So when that person came into the comment section and said, this man is Jamaican, if you want love, go back there, it's the equivalent of saying, go back to Africa. And it's rather disturbing and shocking that a black person would say such a thing. That is what internalized racism look like. Which means that person is admitting. They're admitting that they don't like me, that I need.
I mean, look at how you're conducting yourself to anybody that's about the foundational black experience. Why should they like you? You just said a whole mouthful of very derogatory things to anybody that's foundational black American. You disregarded everything as it relates to foundational black American. You disregarded everything. Why should somebody that would be considered foundational black American? And I mean, I don't know the person in the chat who said that, but I'm just making an assumption that most likely that person might have been foundational black American, and this is why Ringo having these experiences.
To go back somewhere. Even though I'm not from Jamaica, I'm not Jamaican, my father is an American black man. American. I was born in America. My mother is from Panama. She's Panamanian.
So see, you take the Panamanian experience and watch how he gonna tell you he had no experience with his so-called American father. How come Ringo ain't have no time and no experience with his American father? Which means he ain't in touch from his so-called American father. He ain't had no touch with the foundational black American experience. Let's just say his father would be considered foundational black American. He ain't had no experience with him. Watch this.
So the majority of my family in America that I was raised with is the Panamanian side.
You see, he said that's basically it. He was raised with the Panamanian side. So that means he chose and he was raised with the immigrant side. He didn't try to get along with the so-called American side. He wanted to get with the immigrant side.
I wasn't raised with my father.
See? I'm not smear campaigning. I'm not lying. Ringo could try to say what it is. I'm literally playing what he's saying.
But I know of my father. But I wasn't raised with him.
So you see, he got no experiences with his dad. So he don't know. He just talking.
So I pretty much don't have no connection.
See, I'm not making this up.
With my father's side of the family, meaning the American side of the family.
He just said he pretty much has no connection with the American side of the family. So he don't know about the so-called foundational black American experience. Because if you don't have no connection, then you ain't seen nothing, you ain't been around, you ain't been in our communities, and all he's talked about is the black immigrant experience. You see? And y'all thought that this guy was down for us. That's why he do video after video, cooning and buffooning himself. Because a lot of black immigrants, it's not all. And again, I have to keep saying this. I don't have time to break every single thing down into the finest detail. Okay, so there's just some things I just got to get out there for the point of calling Ringo out. Okay, Ringo just does not understand our experience, and he's completely oblivious, unaware. He has no desire to get aware. No one time that you hear him mention during this stream that, well, you know, I was trying to get with my dad and I tried to find out. I wanted to find out. He ain't say nothing about that. He don't even know about them kind of struggles.
I don't know anybody from that side.
See?
Maybe that's your story too. But what I do know is the Panamanian side of my family. And today, at the age of 48, I don't even talk to them. Because
but you had experiences with your Panamanian side, from your mom to whoever. You grew up, you had those experiences. You grew up in that community. You had those experiences. But what you clearly did not have is any experiences growing up, and you still don't have those experiences to this day with the foundational Black American community. When people see how you act and how you don't have no experiences and you're not giving love, you reap what you sow. So when you putting out this pride and I'm better, and you looking at us like we all animals and we don't have no culture and no joy and we don't smile, when you're looking at us like that and you're treating us like that, we ain't gonna accept you and we're gonna call you out on it. Welcome to how foundational Black Americans get down.
Everybody grown, everybody moved on, and it is what it is. You know, there's no togetherness. And it's because of the way the world is right now. Family is divided. Everybody died. My mama died. My grandmother died. My aunt died. Various cousins is dead. So pretty much everybody's dying now. So the only family that I got is my wife and my kids. That's it.
No, that's the only family you choose to have. Have you chose to reach out to your father? Have you chose to reach out to your father's side of the family to see if they still alive? Have you even chose and made an attempt to have that type of connection and have that experience? No, you did not. You have not chosen to do that. The only thing you chose to do is rep the Black immigration experience at the expense of the foundational Black American experience. And then you act like when you make your videos about Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony in any situation, and any content creator, any viewer, and anybody that actually is about the foundational Black American experience, you make it seem like you know everything, like you done had experience. Because you always doing like, I know this, I did my research, blah, blah. You ain't did enough research. You didn't do any research in our communities. Because everything you said, you wouldn't dare utter these words months ago.
I got a few cousins that are still here. I got 2 brothers that are here. At the same time, we don't even communicate. You know, everybody's pretty much divided. So when you factor in the division that is in family, the hatred, the jealousy, and then you combine that with internal.
Wait. So you just said you got hatred and division within family. You talking about you don't communicate with your family. It's pretty much hatred and division. So let me get this straight. Earlier in this video, you try to make it seem like Panamanians, Trinidadians, you know, the Black immigrant experience. They all about joy and happiness and love and unity and everybody's together. But now later on in the live stream, you trying to talk about is hatred and all this. But you got the nerve to talk about the foundational Black American experience? So which one is it? Is it love, joy, and unity and smiles? Or is it hatred and nobody talking to nobody? It's a lot of confusion going on here.
Racism with Black Americans and the hatred they have for everyone.
Christopher, here's a point. It's not about necessarily even Charlie Kirk himself and what he did. It is the bigger fact that RingoTV Reaction says that Charlie Kirk did more for the Black community than Martin Luther King. It's the fact that he said that, and that's his video. Like, he completely put down what Martin Luther King did. And it's the same guy that's been talking bad about Martin Luther King. I mean, I don't know what to say, man. It's just sick, man. It's just sick. And here it is right now. It's so ironic. Look at what Ringo's talking about right now. Look at what he's talking about right now. You see, he's talking about Officer Tatum begs Black America for acceptance. Right? He just dropped that video an hour ago. It's funny. My video is right here. Look. My video that I'm live about right here. When you type in RingoTV Reactions, my video's coming up right here. We live right now, and it's right here. Right here, he's talking about the Black experience, begging for acceptance. And There are instances where Charlie Kirk did put down black people, but I don't have time to get in here also and debate. Oh, Charlie Kirk, this video's not about Charlie Kirk. I just referenced that. Again, I do not have time. This is about RingoTV reactions. So let's stay on topic and not be like, well, this and this and this and this and that. The bigger thing here is RingoTV reactions has been putting down the black community. Anyhow, let's get back to the other video because I'm just about there, and then I got to get to the Don Lemon part. I got to show y'all something, okay? Because these videos are getting like long. Okay, so let's go ahead. I don't have time. Like I said, I don't have time to be going back and forth with y'all in the chat. Okay, we got to stay on topic because some of y'all in the chat are trying to derail the mission. And let me make it clear. I don't mind y'all talking in the chat, but don't try to hijack the chat and turn this live stream into something else. Okay, we do not have time to go way off on tangents and way off and talk about topics. Okay, so I'm trying to let y'all know if that's what y'all doing in the chat, y'all might get timed out. And if y'all continue to be a distraction from this, we're talking about RingoTV reactions. His black card is revoked. How he's being exposed as a Tether, posing as an FBA. That's what we're focused on, and that's what we're talking about. We're not getting off into tangents about all these other topics. So don't expect me to be responding. I don't have that kind of time. This live stream is always 2 hours and 55 minutes. It's already way longer than I plan on going live. Okay? I don't agree with Tariq. I'm going to answer this, and that's it. I don't agree with Tariq Nasheed because a lot of his views are discriminatory, especially even the term tether. Listen, I need y'all in the chat to remind these people because I don't have time to keep repeating myself. I've been repeating myself for 2 hours and 55 minutes. Okay, and I do understand new people are coming to the chat, but I'm going to need the people that's been in the chat to tell these people he already said this, he already addressed this. A lot of the questions y'all are asking, I already answered 2 hours ago, an hour ago, or however many minutes ago. So my suggestion would be to just kind of go on along if you don't plan on rewinding it, and then perhaps rewind it later and watch it, and you'll get a lot of your answers met. Okay? I don't rock with Tariq Nasheed. I don't rock with discrimination towards groups of people and stuff like that. I'm only using the term Tether and FBA for people to understand because RingoTV Reactions has been making everything about race when he said it ain't about race, and he's trying to project that everybody else is making it about race. All his talking points has been about race as it relates to Don Lemon. All his talking points have been about race as it relates to Nolan Wells not being black. He's 100% Filipino. All his talking points have been about Miss Christine is just 100% Filipino. She ain't got one drop of black. She ain't no black woman. The list goes on and on and on and on. Why you guys taking this side? Y'all talking like Nolan, his friends. His friends that was on the boat were white. All the white people that's been involved in the case, at least in the beginning, been going radio silent. And they've been given mixed communication for the most part. And ain't no telling with the one black friend if he was put up to it or pressure to do it. And you are talking about a town in Mississippi that's predominantly white, and you got yet another missing black person. Race does have something to do with this. And now we got Tasia Fortune, a 29-year-old black woman found hanging dead in a tree, or found in a tree dead. I don't know if she was hanging or whatever. So she was in a tree found dead in Mississippi. And you tell me race is not playing a part? All these young black individuals. It ain't a bunch of white individuals found dead. How come ain't a bunch of white individuals found dead if it's not about race? Why are they all black? Why is it all in Mississippi? What is going on? Something's about race. Something's going on here. We got to talk about it. But I just can't. I got to get off of these comments again. Tariq Nasheed, he calls everybody a tether, and technically that's a discriminatory term. I don't like to address all black immigrants like this. This is not about all. I made this statement in the beginning. Y'all got to go all the way back to the beginning, and I can't keep repeating myself. So I'm not even going to address these comments anymore because I'll never get this stream done. Let's go.
One. It becomes a very, very dark world where you don't have time for who's a racist and what white people are doing. I don't care what white people are doing in terms of what they don't like about black people. That's not even on my mind because all of my life I've been hated by black people.
Okay, you just said you got along with black people, but then you're saying you've been hated by black people. Have you even been around white people to have any experiences? Ringo, this is what I want to know. What it sounds like to me, based upon, according to what you just said in this video about your experiences, it sounded like you just stayed in a small community. You was only around black immigrants. You had no interaction with foundational black Americans, and you had no interactions with white people. That's what it sounds like based upon all your experiences. Did you say how you grow up? You ain't say nothing about growing up. Oh yeah, we had the white people over here. We was with the foundational black Americans. They was here, but we didn't. You ain't say nothing about that. You just talked about your little small community. And now you saying, yeah, I experienced nothing but racism by black people. And you know he ain't talking about black immigrants. He's talking about foundational black Americans because he said they ain't got no culture. We ain't got this. We don't know how to smile. We got no joy. We got nothing. That's how he looks at us, like we are nothing. We're just a bunch of hateful animals. That's essentially what he's implying. He's not uttering the words, but he's implying that. And then he's trying to imply that white people ain't do nothing. Were you even around white people? Have you had any interactions with white people? I'm telling you, man. Let me just play this video. It's clear this guy is just capping.
All my life. All my life, I've been attacked by blacks, hated by blacks. I've been told that I'm trying to act like I'm white. I've been told.
Now, why would you be told that you're trying to act like you're white? See, y'all think that this is just Brainwavezz making videos. He's telling you his experiences. Lady G, no, he's not FBA because he tried to be like, well, my dad was from back. He doesn't even, first of all, Ringo has not acknowledged his connection to foundational black Americans, right? Let's just run with this scenario. Let's say his dad actually is completely FBA. Let's just run with this scenario. He has had no experiences with his dad. He didn't grow up with his dad. He grew up with his mom. That means he wasn't around his dad. He has no connection. He don't know. He said he knows of his dad. He knows who his dad is, but he's had no experiences growing up with his dad. That means he ain't had no experiences with no foundational black Americans. He ain't been around, et cetera, et cetera. He grew up with the black immigrant experience. And his mom is Panamanian. So his connection, regardless whether it's on one side or not, and I don't want to get technical. I'm trying to just make a point here, y'all. I do not have time. Well, you know, Brainwavezz, if this and this, I don't have time for that. Save that for another video, or perhaps you do a video and break that down. That's content for somebody else to break down the technicalities of FBA and the technicalities of a Tether and all that. I don't have time for that. The point is, his mom is an immigrant. She's Panamanian. Ringo constantly identifies as Panamanian. He grew up as Panamanian. When he interacted with the Jamaicans and all of them, do you think he said, yeah, man, I'm FBA? No, he didn't. He made it clear. He identified as Panamanian. He didn't identify as FBA. And he didn't try to reach out and get with his father because he didn't say he tried. He was like, yeah, man, I tried to get with my dad and reach out, but I didn't. He made it clear he had no contact, no interaction, even as an adult. He's like, he knows of his father, but he didn't try. You think maybe he would have tried when he became an adult. No, he don't care about the FBA experience. Because if he did, he would have tried to have that experience. And then his mom, his mom, sorry. Well, yeah, his mom is Panamanian, but then his wife is Guyanese. And that's who he grew up with, Guyanese in the community. Now, this is not to attack anybody of those ethnicities. That's why I don't rock with Tariq Nasheed, because Tariq Nasheed's FBA and Tether comments and stuff like that, it's just like, it's like straight across the board. I don't have time to get into that, to break down his terminal. Listen, y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't have time to get into all the semantics and the finite details and every single aspect of that doctrine. That's why I don't rock with it, but I'm using it for the sake of this video as it relates to Ringo, because Ringo has been making everything as it relates to Nolan Wells and Carmelo Anthony and us and all these situations about race, even though he said it's not about race. He been going and making all his talking points against Don Lemon as it relates to that. And I'm going to pull up something, and I'm going to give y'all a prelude, because I'm going to have to do a separate video on that to really break it down. I'm just going to kind of briefly go into it, because this live stream is already long as it is. So when I get to the Don Lemon part in just a second, I'm going to break it down. A lot of these questions that you all are asking, you might have to rewind the video. I just want you to know, a lot of things I see that y'all are asking in the comments, I've already addressed several times. So just note, for those of you that are in the chat and you heard me address these things, if you could kindly remind some of our viewers that, hey, Brainwavezz mentioned this earlier. Some of y'all might remember the exact timestamps. That would help a lot of people out, so that I don't have to keep repeating this every 5 minutes, every 10 minutes, every however many minutes when new people are joined, because I want to get to the Don Lemon part so that you all can see this. Lady G is asking, is Caramel a tether? I mean, she would be considered a tether. I believe she's Jamaican, if I'm not mistaken. I believe she's Jamaican. She might be something else, but it's just a point. She identifies with that experience. That's why she's like, oh, King Ringo and all of this. Listen, she's not about the FBA life. Okay? And again, I do not want to just stay on this FBA and Tether doctrine. I'm only bringing this up so that people can understand as it relates to him and his stance and how he's viewing certain groups of black people. That's why I'm just talking about it, because people have heard of that terminology and it's kind of out there. So just for the sake of understanding, and because Ringo has went there with race and went there with certain groups of black people and et cetera, this will help people understand what I'm trying to refer to without me having to take 10 hours to break down what I'm getting into. I don't have that kind of time. This video is 3 hours and 5 minutes and counting. You all don't have that kind of time, or maybe you do, but I'm trying to be respectful of your time. I'm thankful of you all that's here. I'm thankful of you all that's watching, but I'm trying to be cognizant of everybody's time, right? So anyway, let me continue this so I can get into the Don Lemon part.
Told that I'm a sellout. I've been told that I'm this. Everything has always been negative. So for me, I have never been loved by black people.
Have you ever thought about why you've never been loved by black people, foundational black people, Ringo? Have you ever thought about why foundational black Americans call you a sellout? Have you ever paid attention to your own actions and taken accountability to the things you said and the way that you think and the way that you approach things? Have you ever thought about how that makes foundational black Americans feel and look? Have you ever considered that? I've never heard you say you've considered that. I never heard you say that you've taken any type of sympathy, empathy, any type of care, any type of concern, or anything as it relates to foundational black Americans. So how do you expect foundational black Americans to respond kindly to you? And why they're saying these things that they're saying about you? There's some truth to it. And you were just like, oh, well, they treated me like this or this. But you never even tried to have a foundational black experience with your dad and that side of the family. So it's clear you never talked about trying to have an experience. Only thing you said, oh, they just looked at me and talked like this. You don't even know us. And then you trying to do your investigative research like you understand the whole plight of foundational black American as it relates to the Wells situation, the Anthony situation, and all these situations in our community. You really act like you went through that, like you lived through that. I ain't hear you mention nothing about that. And there's other videos I could break down and add to this.
I don't know what that feels like.
See, he said he don't know what it feels like. He ain't never had that experience. This is proof on top of proof on top of proof. His black card is revoked. He ain't never had the foundational black experience, but yet he talking like he there. He talking like he one of us, like he know. This guy, listen, listen, to all of y'all that are watching social media, to all the entities and to the people out here, we, in terms of foundational black Americans, don't rock with this guy. We don't rock with people that's like him, that never had an experience of a foundational black American and don't know what it's like. And still to this day, you watch Ringo's loyalty. His loyalty is to everybody that would be considered a tether. And anybody that's considered a foundational black American, whether it's male or female, just look at the drama that went on with content creators. He don't want to have nothing to do with foundational black Americans. But when it comes to tethers, he's quote unquote all up in with them. He all cool with them.
I feel totally separated.
See?
If I were around black people, I don't feel like I'm a part of that group. I don't.
See, what group is he talking about when he says that group? He don't feel like he's a part of foundational black Americans. It's obviously not Panamanians, it's not Jamaicans, it's not the immigrants that are black. It's clear. He's making it clear. He said he don't feel like he a part of that group. So because he don't feel like he a part of that group, he feel like he can drag that group and talk about our experiences. This guy ain't got no authority to speak on the foundational black experiences and our foundational black deaths and cases that's going on. He need to keep his mouth shut because he is not a part of us and our experiences. And this is what I'm trying to get y'all to see. His black card is revoked. See, y'all thought that he was black because he wear the polo. He put the polo and then the Jordan hat and the Jordan shoes. He walk around, yeah, I'm rapping, I'm doing my music. But when you listen to his influence with his music, it is more of the Jamaican influence. It's more of the island influence, more of the immigrant influence. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with that. It is what it is, right? We understand, we adopt and we embrace that too. But don't be coming here acting like you cool with us and you in support of us and you care about us and you care about our plight, you care about our emotions, you care about what we feel, you care about when we see an example of another one of what would be our children or our nephews or our nieces or our family members going through the plights, going through the struggles, dealing with systematic racism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All the issues that we deal with as foundational black Americans. Don't act like you understand our struggle. Don't act like you sympathize because all you've been doing is attacking. And I'm calling your ass out. And other foundation black Americans calling you out. We stand with each other in terms of foundational black Americans. We support one another. Just like you over there supporting black immigrants, we support one another. You got a problem with it. You said there's no unity amongst us, yet you watching us be unified right now. You watching all the foundational black Americans come, no matter how high ranking they are, how famous they are, whoever they are. You watching all of us come together right now as it relates to the Nolan Wells case and the Carmela Anthony case. And we're going to do it behind Tasia Fortune, and we're going to get behind everybody that we consider FBA. Because we understand the experience. We understand that this has been our experience. That we go through stuff. That we got to watch our nieces, our nephews, our sons, our daughters, our husbands, our wives, our cousins, our babies, all types of situations not make it home. And not receive support and deal with the racism with white people that we've been dealing with, especially here in the South, but it's all over the country and it's all over the world. And you seem to be blind and ignorant to that. You seem to not be sympathetic to that. So we calling your tether ass out. Ain't nobody scared of you and your little 229,000 subscribers. You think we supposed to be scared of that? We calling you out. Us FBA stand on business. We stand 10 toes down and we stand on code. And you think something wrong with us and why we rallying behind this. You think we are wrong while we all are standing up speaking out. You got women speaking out. You got men speaking out. You got all types of people speaking out. Because we tired of it. And then we look at you and your skin color's black, expecting you to be down, and you're not. Because you ain't never had that experience. Let's continue.
Feel like they're even my people.
See?
Like, it's almost like there's no there's nothing there. You don't feel anything. You know, like how
See, he said he don't feel nothing as it relates to foundational Black Americans. It's not Black immigrants. He don't feel nothing. That's why he's able to cut certain people off. He don't feel nothing. He don't feel no connection there. He didn't even have a connection with his father like that. His father's alive. He knows of his father, but he ain't spend no time with his father. No time for his dad to show him, teach him, get any type of experience. He ain't spend no time. He's seen people around that would be foundational Black American in the community, but he ain't interact with them. He ain't come out. He ain't pull up his black card revoked. And if you don't even know what a black card is and you don't understand why I'm even talking about this, and maybe your black card is revoked. You might need to do some research to understand why I'm even saying his black card is revoked. Because anybody that's foundational Black American understand exactly what I'm talking about when I refer to his black card being revoked. It's no question, no confusion. Yeah, E-Bird talked about Josephine Baker. Yeah, all the Black excellence, all the FBA Black excellence. He forgetting about Josephine Baker. Boy, Josephine Baker was a baddie. She was talented. Josephine Baker was a dime piece. Baddie. You got Billie Holiday. Thank you for putting out great Black excellence in the chat. Thank you for mentioning this. Yeah, RJ says so he thinks that Jordan had derived for Guyana. You think somebody that was Guyanese had anything to do with that Jordan hat or that polo shirt that you wearing? He's always talking about fashion in New York and stuff like that and dress and how they don't really dress like that in North Carolina. Where you think that fashion came from? Bruh. Let me just finish. Let me get to this part. He's about to speak on his wife.
how you would think that if you get around a bunch of Black people, you feel safe. Actually, I don't feel safe. I feel threatened.
See, he said if he get around a bunch of Black people, what kind of Black people? Foundational Black Americans. He feel threatened. He don't feel safe. You see what I'm saying? He ain't said that as it relates to the Black immigrants. He grew up around the Black immigrants. I told you this guy never came around the hood in Brooklyn around foundational Black Americans. That's why he don't feel safe. Listen, if you a foundational Black American and you in the hood, I'm not saying be dumb or be stupid, but for the most part, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Cause they be like, yep, you one of us, you want code. They leave you alone. But when they see that you ain't one of us, they like, what you doing here? You trying to mess up what we got? Because this has been the foundational Black experience. A lot of Black immigrants, not all, please understand, not all. I'm tired of repeating myself like a broken record throughout this 3-hour plus live stream. There has been a lot of Black immigrants that have infiltrated the foundational Black American community. And they have sabotaged it. They have destroyed it. They have snitched. They have pulled Judases. We thought they was down. We thought they was loyal. We thought they was on code. And they was just using and abusing us for a come up. And Ringo's doing the same thing right now on social media. RJ had a point. He said, so why did Ringo leave that area of Brooklyn if it was so great? Talking about, I need to raise my kids in another environment. Why was he trying to get out of Brooklyn? Listen, my family are from the Bronx. Even though I'm born and raised down here in the A, my family from the Bronx. I know all about New York. I got so many family members that's from New York, it'll make your head spin. I know all about New York. No, listen. I know about the man, listen, let me just play the video, man.
I don't feel safe at all. I feel like I'm around my enemies.
Did you see what he said? He said he feels like he's around his enemies as it relates to us. Who is us? Foundational Black Americans. He feel like we his enemy. So do you understand why he said the stuff about me? I'm a foundational Black American. He's not. That's why he never liked me from the beginning. Same thing with New Breed. And I don't want to get into all this stuff. It's a lot of stuff about these guys. These guys would be considered tethers. I don't really want to get into it right now because I don't have that kind of time. And that's why he felt this way about Ethereal. This is why he felt this way about a lot of other content creators. Because they FBAs, I'm an FBA, and they don't like us. This is crazy, man. Wow, Tyrone said that's because he followed his wife. That's her home. Ooh, wee. Thank you so much, Doe Eyes. Doe Eyes did, she said LOL, she copied the news. Because, you know, Ringo's like, I put this out first. They just copied me. These are my talking points. They copied me. So, you know, the news earlier, if you were here in the live chat, I talked about how the news be dropping awareness on these stories first. And us as content creators, we actually copying the news, including Ringo. He ain't the one that out there boots on the ground or, ooh, I found this out and he breaking news. Most of his stories and stuff that's already been in the news and other people already broke it down. Then he doing his version. So that's what Doe Eyes is cracking his joke, talking about, LOL, I copied the news yesterday after work and did a video about her. Who was her? She's talking about Tasia, okay? The woman I've been showing earlier, Tasia Fortune. And I'm just waiting for Ringo to go into her GoFundMe and be like, she got a GoFundMe. It used to be 24,000 yesterday, and now it's 110,000. It's a grift. It's a grift. It's a grift. Carmelo Anthony's GoFundMe is a grift. The Nolan Wells GoFundMe is a grift. But he don't talk about the Austin Metcalf GoFundMe as a grift. Austin Metcalf trying to raise $1 million. You don't see them talk about that's a grift. He don't ever talk about it. He stay quiet when it comes to the white people because a lot of black immigrants see themselves as they need to align themselves with the white people. Even though they might claim they repping their culture, they align themselves more so with the white people and their ways. I said, I don't have time to break this down. That's why you had a lot of black people like, how could you vote? You voted for Trump and you did this and you didn't. You still supporting Trump to this day? Because a lot of them don't even see themselves as black. Even though they black, they don't see themselves as foundational black Americans. They look at it as like, well, we ain't going through those experiences. We ain't had those experiences. We didn't deal with what you did. They look at it as if they better. It's not all, but there's a good number that do. There's a good number that do. Let me continue with this.
Literally, I feel like if I'm around black people, anything can happen. So I'm always prepared because I don't trust them.
See?
Because all I get and all I receive is hate. I never experienced love from black folk. Never. And I know it can sound rather disturbing, but this is my truth. This is what sets me free. This is therapy for me. This is therapy. Because I'm telling you the honest to God's truth. All the other Caribbean black folk, they have always had something that I never had, and that's culture.
Do you see that? So he again is he ain't sneak dissing. He's just flat out dissing foundational black Americans. He claims we don't have culture. This is why he think everybody's copying him. See, they over there, Brainwavezz is copying me. Because he don't think that I don't have culture. He think that I don't have style. I don't have class. He don't think that other content creators have culture, style, class, etc., etc. He think that we don't have a community. He just think it's all him. It's all his people. This is insane. This is what he's thinking. This is literally what this guy is thinking. Let's continue.
They have something that is beautiful.
So he think that foundational black Americans do not have anything that's beautiful. You see? That's why he don't care about us.
That's why I cannot disrespect the Jamaican people.
You see that? He can't disrespect Jamaican people. He can't disrespect Trinidadian people. He can't disrespect Panamanian people. But I'm going to tell you who he can disrespect. He can disrespect foundational black Americans. He can disrespect Nolan Wells by saying F Nolan Wells almost 6 times. He can disrespect Carmelo Anthony. He can disrespect Don Lemon. He can disrespect anybody that's foundational black American. You see? He said he can't disrespect black immigrants. See, y'all think it's brainwaves. I'm literally telling you what he's saying.
Trinidadians, the Grenadians, the Guyanese, they all have something that is great.
But foundational black Americans don't have nothing great. We started a whole culture and movement. We still doing it to this day. And you don't believe that we got nothing that's great. Do you see the superiority complex? This how this guy think. Yeah, we great. Everything I got is great. I'm better. That's a part of that whole better mindset. He's like, I don't say that I'm better than anybody. You saying you better right now. You saying because you identify with a Panamanian black immigrant experience that you're greater and you're better than foundational black Americans because you claim we have no culture. We have nothing. You're caught in another lie, Ringo. It ain't. Listen, the more videos you make sneak dissing me, the more videos you make mention me, you might as well stay quiet like your YouTube video said that you dropped today. He dropped this video today talking about the quieter you become, the more dangerous you are. No, the more you keep talking and popping off at the mouth, disrespecting the foundational black American community, disrespecting me, sneak this and other content creators, me, viewers, all of us, the more you getting caught up. Lady G, he was born and grew up in the U.S., but just because someone is born and grows up in the U.S. does not mean that they're a foundational black American. The term foundational black American talks about your bloodline lineage. It does not say you have to be born here in America. I went over this earlier, Lady G. I'm trying to get you to understand this. A person could be born here in America, but if your mama, if your grandmama, or whoever, if your dad, if your granddad, or somebody else has been an immigrant and you migrated here to America, even though your skin is black, your ethnicity is black, by definition, you would be considered a tether. Your family did not go through the direct slavery scenario and situation and deal with Jim Crow in the United States. We're not talking about slavery as it relates to any of the Caribbean islands. We're not talking about any slavery as it relates to South America or any Africa or anywhere in the world. It speaks specifically, did you, in terms of your bloodline or you yourself, go through slavery, Jim Crows, the reformation of everything and the black experience here in the United States? It's very specific with the United States, right? So even though Ringo is born and raised here, he's still not considered FBA. And he made it clear in that video. He made it clear that he didn't have no FBA experience. He was born and raised here in America, but you see his whole experience is the immigrant experience. These are the things that I'm talking about. There's a lot of people that's been born and raised here in America, but they're immigrants. They come from a lineage of immigration. And again, it's not all immigrants and stuff like this, but ones like Ringo, this is what we're talking about. They would not be considered FBA. And then his woman is Guyanese. So she comes from a line of immigrants who came here. So that's what we're talking about. And it's so like, it's so disrespectful on levels. It just don't make no sense. All right, let me finish this so I can get to the Don Lemon. I got to get out of here, man. I can't be on here all night. I'm already on here 3.5 hours. Let's go.
You know, culture. This is why when you get with someone who's from the Caribbean, it's going to rub off on you because they have so much love for their people.
You see that? So he's trying to claim that FBAs don't have love for their people. He's like, see, Caribbean, that's why you get with somebody from the islands, they got love for their people. He's insinuating that foundational black Americans don't have love for their people. But he's irritated right now. He can't get no sleep. When he was coming back from a wedding, he had to stop at a rest stop just to go live and be like, man, F Nolan Wells. He tired of seeing the love and support that we give it to Nolan Wells, that we give it to Miss Christine, that we give it to her husband, that we give it to the family, that he's seeing other foundational black American families like the Emmett Till family and all that coming out in support. All the families coming out in support. He can't understand it. It don't make sense to him because he's not a part of that community. He looking at it as it's foolish. He looking at it as it's stupid. Okay? Like, and y'all got to understand, like Christopher, I have been over this 1,000 times and you're not listening. I do not rock with Tariq Nasheed. I do not go around preaching the whole FBA and Tether narrative. I'm only speaking on it as it relates to Ringo in this video, and maybe perhaps one or two other videos if I have to, so that people can understand when I'm talking about the different types of groups of people and the different type of struggle. Please listen to what I'm saying, and please go start the live stream back from the very beginning so that you can understand this. You're not hearing what I'm saying. Okay, I do not support Tariq Nasheed. I do not support this whole FBA rhetoric and this whole Tether rhetoric. It comes off as very disrespectful, and it makes people sound like, well, if I'm an immigrant and this and that. Listen, I already know all of that. I've been saying this. Y'all are not listening. Okay, I'm only bringing this up because Ringo has been extremely disrespectful and has made all of his conversations and videos about race. He's made all these videos about race, even though he said that's not what it's about. But you can clearly see in his experience, that's what it's about. Or should I say, not only race, but, you know, certain type of experiences. So I'm just trying to explain this, and I'm tired of repeating myself. So Christopher, I suggest you stop where you are, go back to the beginning of the live stream, run the cursor all the way back and listen to what I said in the beginning. You keep seeming to think that because I'm talking about tethers and FBAs, that's the ideology that I rock with. I don't. I'm only bringing it up because Ringo has been extremely disrespectful as it relates to bringing up race topics and all of this. And so I'm using this that people are familiar with, again, to understand what I mean. Because if I just say black people, it's like, what do you mean black people? You got black immigrants and you got people that would be considered foundational black Americans who come from a lineage of the slavery. Christopher, everybody's not going to get along. You say you're trying to figure out how everybody's going to get along. Why don't you ask RingoTV Reactions that everybody's not going to get along? You just heard RingoTV Reactions say that we're the enemy. He said that if you're a foundational black American, he considers you the enemy. That he's never had experiences, that he never tried to have those experiences. You can't force everybody to get along. Everybody is not meant to get along. It even talks about it in the Bible, that everybody's going to go back to their own tribe, go back to their own people. I don't have time to break this down. Everybody's not going to get along, Christopher. Okay? That's not realistic. It's just not going to happen. It doesn't matter what you say, what you do. For example, take a look at as it relates to Ringo and his community and those other content creators and those viewers. I've been supportive of those people. I pray for those people. I help those people get delivered from things. I've given those people financial contributions. For example, I've done nothing but support them, shout them out, and those people turn. They all turn. You could do all the right things and people will still turn. Other content creators have done similar things. Other viewers have done similar things. All they did was be a subscriber, be a viewer, be a member. They contributed, they supported. They say, hey, hit the like button, do this on Ringo's platform and other platforms like this. And guess what? For no reason, well, I mean, it's for a reason, but out the blue, you can do all the right things in this world and people still will not like you. Christ was sinless. Christ was blameless. Christ was perfect walking on this earth. And guess what? They crucify him. They put a crown of thorns on his head. They ridicule him. They smear campaign him, called him a blasphemer. Christopher, bro, I need you to do some research. So if Jesus Christ, if Yah is blameless and perfect and all of this, and even people didn't get along with him, what do you think that's going to happen with us? Let me just continue the video. I just don't understand why some people I'm just trying to see how we can get along. First of all, this video has nothing to do with no beef, no conflict. This has everything to do with calling this person out. This content creator is dangerous and is a threat to the entire foundational black American heritage, to the entire community. He is. He said he considers us the enemy. He stands against us. This is what Ringo says. So let me play the video. I'm not addressing Christopher anymore because I don't have this kind of time. Let's go.
And they treat everybody good.
But foundational black Americans don't treat everybody good.
Going
And let me make a point. He's trying to be like, yeah, black immigrants treat everybody good. So let me get this straight. To all you black immigrants, have you treated all of us foundational black Americans good? No, you haven't. Some of you have. Some of you kept it 10 toes down. You kept it 100. And we appreciate you for doing that. But not all of them. Come on now. Not all of them. We're looking at Ringo. We're looking at his community. We're looking at Rollo. We're looking at his community. We're looking at all these people that would be considered tethers. And we watching how they just treated us FBAs. Y'all all ain't moving like you claim you moving. Y'all got issues too. A lot of the issues y'all got the same issues we got. But you trying to act like you better and your experiences is better and oh, y'all got culture and y'all got all this stuff and like we don't have it. That means you think you better.
to a Jamaican restaurant and see how they treat you.
Have you been to, what black restaurants have you been to and you think that they don't treat you fairly? Do you know how many black-owned restaurants treat you good, treat you better than some Jamaican restaurants, but you ain't had none of them experiences? You ain't even probably been into none of them restaurants in New York, have you?
Go into a Trinidadian restaurant, see how they treat you.
You think that all black restaurants that are FBA don't treat you right? You know, there's some of those restaurants, they don't all get down. Just because, listen, I done been in some Jamaican restaurants, I done been in some Trinidadian restaurants, and they treat you like crap. But let me tell you what Ringo's talking about. I've been in some Jamaican and Trinidadian, etc. restaurants, they treat you good as well. I've been in FBA restaurants and they treat you good. I've been in FBA restaurants, they treat you bad. How you gonna make a blatant statement like this? Perhaps your experience, if you even step into a foundational black American restaurant, because you coming in here with this pride and you coming in here with your culture, you already coming in with this condescending vibe that you're not even aware of, or you are aware of, you just refuse to take accountability for it. So when you step up in that restaurant, you reap what you sow. You giving out that air and that energy, and they like, what is going on with this guy? And it may be how you speaking and reacting. I tell you, man, let me just play the video.
They're going to treat you with good class and respect. And it's something that I've always admired.
But you ain't never had no class and respect from foundational black Americans. You ain't never been into our establishments. Okay, Ringo, okay.
Why I'm heavily influenced by Jamaican music.
See, he ain't tell you he's heavily influenced by the Harlem Renaissance and by black excellence and the foundational black American community. He ain't telling you that. He's telling you he's heavily experienced by Jamaican. And again, nothing's wrong with Jamaicans or anything like that. I'm just making a point. None of what he's saying got anything to do with foundational black Americans.
I'm heavily influenced by that culture because I grew up around it.
But you ain't go up around the black foundational Americans.
I grew up around Jamaicans and Trinidadians so much, I can literally speak patois. I can literally sound like I'm Trini. I can sound like I'm Jamaican. I can do all of that because I was raised around them.
But was you raised around the foundational black Americans? No, you're not. So you don't speak our language. You don't understand our language. You don't understand how we move. You don't understand how we talk. You don't understand how we get down. You don't understand our culture. That's why you think we don't have culture, because you don't understand it. How can you say these things if you never even interacted with us like that? And you wonder why foundational black Americans have the reaction to RingoTV reactions and people like him. Because look at how y'all being disrespectful. This is crazy.
My mom is from Panama, so I can speak Spanish too.
Yeah, because Panamanian and all of that, that's that Latin influence in the language and the culture. You see how you look bitter right there? But you can't speak foundational black American. Hey, yo, Ringo, can you speak foundational black American? Your black card's revoked, bro. Your black cards are revoked. It's revoked because you can't speak foundational black American. And you've been in America too long. You've been born and raised here and you can't even speak it.
I was around all these different cultures.
But you wasn't around foundational black Americans.
My wife is Guyanese.
Your wife is Guyanese, but your wife is not foundational black American. Once again, this is the thing. He's heavily influenced around. See, this is why if you look at his videos, he puts black women down. This is why you will see RingoTV reactions constantly drag black women. Do you understand this? Do you understand this? This is why he will put foundational black American women down. That's why if he like, oh, you got a drop of blood and you ain't us, he puts you down. Look at this. Let me show you. This is why he always does videos like this. And when he put black women down, he ain't showing the Guyanese black women like his wife. He ain't showing the Trinidadian black woman. He ain't showing the Jamaican black woman. He ain't showing the Panamanian black woman, the black immigrant black woman. No, he got to show a quote unquote foundational black American. And that's what not only Ringo do, other content creators do that. And O'Shea Duke Jackson do that all the time. O'Shea Duke Jackson. Let me go ahead and talk about O'Shea real quick, because I ain't had time to get to those videos. All O'Shea Duke Jackson has got nothing but videos about black women and how bad they are. Oh, black women had this experience. You think, listen, y'all have no idea who these guys are. This whole black manosphere has been misguiding you. O'Shea would be considered a Tether. O'Shea don't talk about going through the actual transatlantic trade slave situation. I don't know if it's him or the celebrity jump. It's a lot of stuff that he goes and he talks about. And he's always depicting black women as they the problem, they the problem, they the problem. They the problem. They, showing them in a negative light. It's always showing them in a negative light. It's never showing them in a positive light. It's always showing something about black women in a negative light. You know what? Let me stay on topic, okay? Somebody said I thought that was Ice Cube's son. No, O'Shea Jackson, but O'Shea Duke Jackson. He has that name. I really don't want to get into that right now. I'm gonna try. You know what? Let me just pull this up real quick. I don't have time to get into this, but I'm just gonna show you. See, if you come here to the O'Shea Duke Jackson, you're gonna see a lot of videos. It's always showing how. Okay, here we go with Sydney Starr. You're always gonna see like how. Oh, see, look, you see, even at this video here where it says Godfrey and Wycliffe Jean just started this beef with black Americans. See, so here we go. We have yet this other black immigrant, Wycliffe Jean, is quote unquote starting a beef with foundational black Americans. This happens a lot. Okay, you see Roland Martin's wife going outside, somebody black, showing this stuff with Sydney Starr. Again, you see the black women here on the videos here in the thumbnails, talking about using, it's always showing black women in a negative light, right? Roland Martin's side chick, it's always showing black women in a negative light. Okay, look, Sydney Starr's downfall is so beautiful to watch, and a lot of people love this. See, showing a black woman on here. Women's poverty crisis is worse than we thought. Coming over here, showing a black woman about this bookstore on the cover. Showing Kendra G, another black woman. Like, it's always this stuff about, I don't have time to get into this. You could just scroll and look. You can go through and you can see it. Showing all these black women, in a negative light. Oh, look at how this black woman messed up. Look how this black woman messed up. This black feminist, I don't have time. See, I don't have time to get into this, but it's a lot of folks that do this. A lot of people. I do not have time to get into this. Okay. Rodney Buck, what's up, Rodney? Rodney Buckhannon said he went to school in Bensonhurst with all the racists. Hey, there you go. I'm gonna have to get into that later. But let me go back to if this Ringo's page, look at how he's depicting black women in a negative light. There's a lot of videos entitled Black Woman. Why is it got to be an entitled black woman who picks a fight with the wrong cops? And why he got to show what would be considered probably more so an FBA woman? And this don't represent everybody that's black, but that's what they like to show. Why so many black women are single and alone. The real reason why black women are independent. The delusion of modern black women. She's teaching women to date outside of their race. He's doing Latina women versus black women. Who make a better wife? You must make 6 figures to date this 60-year-old modern woman. Modern women are miserable. He's always showing black women. Where's the Hispanic women on here? Where's the Asian women? Where's the Indian women? Where's the Guyanese women? Where's the Trinidadian black women on here? Why you shouldn't date delusional women? Should black men protect black women? Modern women, again, showing black women. Then he's going off on Miss Christine. I can go on to this, but let me get back to this because he's talking about his wife is Guyanese, and then let me get on to the Don Lemon part. All right, let me back it up just a few seconds. Let's see.
Sound like I'm Trinity. I can sound like I'm Jamaican. I can do all of that because I was raised around them. My mom is from Panama, so I can speak Spanish too. I was around all these different cultures. My wife is Guyanese, you know? She's not a so-called black American. She's Guyanese, which means she come with a different flavor. Now, if you look at what's going on in America when it comes to dating, just look at what's happening. The American woman don't want to be married. She don't want to have a family. She want to argue with you. She want to, you have to have a bunch of money.
Do you see what he's talking about? Well, he's literally coming up here. He's like, oh, Guyanese women, they're better. So what Ringo is essentially going out doing is trying to say that every other woman in every other culture is better. They're better than, they're better than the FBA black women. You know, the FBA, these guys, okay? It ain't just Ringo's, the O'Shea's, all that. They make it look like FBA black women are bad. And they don't have no bad women in their culture. It's like, oh, our women are better. But you sure want to clap them cheeks by an FBA black woman. You sure want to get topped off by an FBA black woman. Oh, y'all sure want to sleep. Y'all want to lay down with the FBA black woman all day long. Y'all want to lay down with them and sleep with them. But y'all sure love talking bad about them. Y'all sure love treating them like trash. But y'all treat exotic women and other women like they God's gift, like they a prize. And it's just perpetuating the systemic racism and the issues that we have. And this is why a lot of sisters don't be liking black men, because you got a lot of these so-called black men that are nothing but tethers. They black, but they ain't about foundational black Americans. You hear what this guy is saying? Let me run this back just in case y'all missed this.
She's not a so-called black American. She's Guyanese.
He's talking about his wife. Let me run it back so you can hear he's talking about his wife. He just said his wife is not a so-called black American. He's admitting right here that his wife is not a foundational black American. Y'all be like, oh, but she was born, there was one. She's not, and Ringo's not. Neither one of them are foundational black Americans.
Panama, so I can speak Spanish too. I was around all these different cultures. My wife is Guyanese, you know?
Listen.
She's not a so-called black American.
You see that?
She's Guyanese, which means she come with a different flavor. Now, if you look at what's going on in America when it comes to dating, just look at what's happening.
Now, this is an insult. Because he's here in America, benefiting off of America, but he's trying to say, well, she's Guyanese, so she's better. She's got a different flavor. But you putting down all the foundational black. That's why I don't understand. As much insult as he does, here we go again. I just showed you how he put down none but black women. He got number of videos all day talking, and the black women he's putting down are foundational black women. He's not putting down no white women, no Asian women, no Hispanic women. He's not putting down no Panamanian black women, no Guyanese black women. He ain't putting down no Trinidadian black women, no Jamaican black. All he do is talk good about them all day long. And that's what a lot of these guys do. But when it comes to the foundational black America, they insult us. And this is why we speaking out about it. They ain't like us, Kendrick Lamar. He literally is like, oh yeah, she come. He talking about his wife. She come with a different flavor. But if you an American black woman, he like, yeah, basically like you trash. And y'all subscribing to this guy, y'all still supporting this guy. If you an American foundational black American woman and you sit up there subscribing, liking, something wrong with you. You're truly lost. You need help. You need guidance. You need something. Same thing. You're a foundational black American man. Meaning you understand the struggle. You understand the family lineage of slavery. You get our culture. You get our, and you still rocking with guys like this? This is sick.
The American woman don't want to be married. She don't want to have a family. She want to argue with you. She want to, you have to have a bunch of money.
That's not true. Ringo, your experiences are very limited. It's clear that you don't have any limited with all foundational American black women. Because if you had the experiences with a lot of foundational black American women, they want to be married. They want to have families. They are looking for that. You only dealing with some of the lower level, if you want to say it. You dealing with some of the people that's lost. You ain't had the interactions with the good. He don't speak for all foundational black Americans. As a matter of fact, a lot of foundational black American women are married. They don't come on social media. They not running around here, out here playing these games talking. This is when I tell you he keeps, he'll try to be like, I don't disrespect black women, because he'll try to be like, when he say he don't disrespect black women, he's talking about he don't disrespect black Guyanese women. He don't disrespect black Trinidadian women. He don't disrespect black Panamanian women. He don't disrespect black Caribbean women and, women that come with a different flavor that's black. But he disrespect a foundational black American black woman. Oh, I stand on business with that. All his videos and all these guys. That's what y'all gotta understand. It's a systematic. They're getting paid by the system, getting paid by white people. A lot of these people are plans. You wonder why these platforms are large. Listen, let me make this clear. What RingoTV Reactions doing, what people like O'Shea Duke Jackson, what people like Anton Daniels. O'Shea Duke Jackson said he respect Anton Daniels. O'Shea Duke Jackson said he didn't have phone conversations with Anton Daniels. Has he not? Am I telling lies? Am I smear campaigning? No, I'm spitting facts. We can pull up the receipts. I don't give a damn who you are on YouTube. You don't support our community and we calling y'all out. These guys have done nothing but drag anybody that's foundational black American. And then they promote situations where you see other ethnicities drag us. They love seeing us drag. And this is why Ringo's trying to drag Nolan Wells, saying F Nolan Wells, and then try to do a video later on to give context. I got to do a video on that too. And then trying to drag Miss Christine, his mama, drag the Anthony family, saying they need to be arrested on multiple families, and drag me and drag other content creators and drag Ethereal. And this stuff is just sick, man. Drag some of you viewers, some of you been viewers. You was like, we thought you was one thing. This is why they do this. They don't like us, but they skin color is black. And because they think they're better in all of this, they think that certain things don't happen to them, or they don't have certain experiences. And to some aspects and some facets, when the white community get wind of the type of black person that they are, oh, they are black immigrants, so they think differently. They might, quote unquote, give them a pass. And now what's happening is, and see, let me break something down to you. See, now what's been happening as it relates to ICE and the immigrant situation and stuff, now you seeing black immigrants catching hell. I mean, it's been going on, but you're seeing a lot of them catch hell. You're seeing a lot of them get caught up. Now they having experiences where they getting snatched up and they getting taken and they dealing with stuff. They just working and they just doing whatever and they having experiences. And guess what? That's been the experiences of black foundational Americans since slavery. We were just chilling. We just doing stuff. We getting snatched up. We getting hung on trees. We getting missed. But see, they didn't have those experiences, so they thought they was better than us. They was like, oh, we don't go through this. We don't have it. We black immigrants. They leave us alone. And now y'all having some of these experiences. And now y'all want our help and y'all want our support. And you know what's crazy? We'll still try to help them and get their support. And they still F us over. They still screw us over. They still talk bad about us. This is the issues that's going on. And this guy got the nerve to say there's no systemic racism. Let me play this, man, and I'm going to get to the Don Lemon. I'm pretty much there.
And I'm not saying other women of other cultures don't do the same, but just look at what's going on in America with the American black man. He don't want to be.
How you going to say that other cultures don't do the same, but all you focusing on is how bad the foundational black American culture is? You just drag foundational black American women. Now you dragging the foundational black American man.
Your father, he don't want to take care of his kids. He don't want to work. He don't want to do anything. He just want to sit down all day. So when you factor in all of this, it becomes a problem because it's like, where is the culture? Where's the togetherness? Where's the family structure? It's just not.
Bruh, do you not understand what has happened to us? For you to say, where's the culture? Where's the family structure? Do you not understand what we survived and what we went through? Again, how we've been stripped from our family structure and how we've been separated and all this stuff? This is crazy, man. Let me show you what he's done with Don Lemon. Okay, I got to get to this. I'm going to do a separate video about Don Lemon because I got to wrap this thing up. I ain't going to be on here no more than 30 more minutes. I can't. I'm coming up on 4 hours. I can't. All right. I got to get out of here. So I might have to do the Don Lemon thing separate. This the same guy that said prayer don't work. This the same guy that is This the same guy that said, the prayer, like it's just insane. Let me show you. Just for those of you that missed it. It's the same guy that said prayer doesn't work. Okay? Why prayer doesn't work? I've already played this. We already been through this. And this is the same guy that's supporting Floridian Rollo, which is another tether that says God is not going to help you. He said it. Jesus Christ. God the Father is not going to help you. But they want to call me demons and call me a warlock and all this stuff. What type of so-called Bible-believing man says God is not going to help you and that prayer doesn't work? But this is RingoTV Reactions parrot. These guys are demons, man. Now let me show you. Let me play the video here with Don Lemon. Okay, so I can let you hear what he said about Don Lemon. All right. What I want to show you real quick is that if you look at the title here, you'll see that it says Don Lemon interviewed Nolan Wells' family friend Emmanuel, and it backfired. Right. I want you to see the title. See how it says it's backfired. But then if you come over here and look at this title, you'll see that he added that it backfired badly. Or it backfires badly. Okay? I just kind of want you to see that. Now, I want to make sure there's no issues with the audio. Let me try to pull this up and I want you to hear, certain things here. Okay? Let me start playing this. Let me see. Hold on. I don't know what happened with that. Let me redo this tab. Okay, hold on. I gotta reopen this up because what is going on? Am I having issues with let me see something. Is there something wrong with my mouse? Let me do it like this because I don't know, for some reason my mouse started acting up. Of course, when I need to show this, it's when I'm having issues for some reason. Of course, when I need to show this when I'm having issues with the dang it's working, but all of a sudden I'm having this weird issue with my mouse. So it's almost like I might have to show you the Don Lemon thing in a separate stream. That's kind of what that's telling me. I know I got my other mouse around here somewhere. But I don't know if I got time to fix this up. So this is what I'm gonna do. This is exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to do the Don Lemon thing in a separate stream. I'm just gonna have to do it on a separate stream because I'm having issues with my mouse and I don't want to really continue. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. Everything was just working fine and all of a sudden I'm having issues. So that's just telling me that's my cue to stop. We're 4 hours in. So I'll do the Don Lemon video separate. I'll get that out and I'll let y'all see how he's still going on about this as it relates to Don Lemon. And when I do this video about Don Lemon and show you what he says, it's going to literally make him look so silly. It's clear. RingoTV Reactions does not like foundational Black Americans. He has not had this experience. He does not relate to us. He does not rock with us. He does not support us. He's one of the content creators that has been systematically, when you talk about systematic racism, he's the main one that's been participating in it. He's one of the content creators that gets paid, gets likes, gets clicks, gets views. He ain't the only one. Like I said, O'Shea Duke Jackson do this, always depict a foundational Black American women as bad and this and this and that, only showing one class, but they get paid to do that. It's no different than in the music industry, how a person gets paid to, it's no different in the music industry, how a person gets paid to talk bad about the Black community. It's weird because it's like my mouse is working with other things. It just don't work with, for some reason, getting a cursor going in there. But I can click on stuff with I don't know. It's something weird, y'all. It's just clear, man. They're against us that are foundational Black American. He considers us the enemy. And his Black card needs to be revoked. Maybe he got the Black card, the Black immigrant card. As far as having that, yeah, maybe he got the Black immigrant card. But to have the Black card, like the official Black card, the FBA Black card, nah, man, his Black card is revoked. He ain't one of us. He ain't down with us. He don't care about us. He said he consider us the enemy. All he does is attack us, and that's why he's attacking Nolan Wells, saying F Nolan Wells. That's why he attack our experiences. He attack us when we come together, when he rally. He don't understand it. He said it ain't no unity. He think we animals. He think we the problem in America. He literally says we're the problem in America. Lady G, you didn't miss the Don Lemon part. I'm gonna have to do that later because I'm having, for some reason, my mouse is acting weird and I don't feel like fixing it right now. I mean, I have backup mouses and stuff like that, but I'll have to get to that later. Like, it's working, but it's not allowing me to like actually click to where I can use the cursor. I mean, where I could type and stuff in there. So I'm not trying to go through all of that. I'm just gonna leave it be. I will have to do the Don Lemon part in the next video. So my apologies for all of you that held on and thought that I was going to do it, but it'll be better because it'll be a separate video just about the Don Lemon part. And when I do it, it's going to shut all that garbage he's talking. You know, Don Lemon is doing this and Don Lemon ain't this. And I don't want to get into it, but I'm going to show you why he's also attacking Don Lemon. I'm going to show you. I'm going to make it clear. I don't want to say it now because I'm going to save all those talking points for that live stream. So I'll do it tomorrow. I'm done. I need to go have some fun. I want to go chill with my family again. I've been on this thing for 4 hours, so I need to get off of here. It's way too long. I done work half a day. So with that being said, I got to make these live streams shorter, or I got to maybe start doing them as videos if I'm going to get this content out. But it's all to the good. Like I said, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't know why my mouse is cutting up. You tell me. But I mean, it works. I can move the cursor. I can right click. I can left click. But for some reason, I just can't get like the cursor to show up on here to where I could type. It kind of worked up here. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So I'll have to come back to this and fix it later. But no thing. Again, I don't rock with Tariq Nasheed. I don't rock with this FBA doctrine. I don't rock with the Tether doctrine because it makes it it's discriminatory to all black immigrants. You got some black immigrants that are cool with us, down with us. They understand the foundational black American experience. They're in support of it. They're in support of the people. They have no intentions, they haven't done anything. Okay, those are cool. We talking about people like Ringo that's like, oh, I can't get, they're animals and they got no culture and they got no unity and all of that stuff. And they think that what they got is better. Those are the people that we have a problem with because they're working against foundational black Americans. And that's why you see him talking bad about all these stories and that. So kind of support. He thinks something wrong with us that we support these type of GoFundMes and he ain't getting that type of support. So enjoy your evening. I hope y'all learned something. We are revoking RingoTV Reactions black card. He is not in support of the foundational black American community. Those of you that have lineage through the slavery, okay? He and a lot of his people are not. And you'll find a lot of them will be considered tethers that he rock with, he in support with. And he's sticking with them. So we made it clear. Y'all know what it is. I hope y'all learned some. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Feel free to hype this up. Feel free to share. I'll be back with the Don Lemon video. I'll do that tomorrow. I'm just going to talk about this as it relates to Don Lemon. I'm going to have to do this one quick and get out. If I can't do it quick, I'm just going to record a video on it because I can't be on here for hours and hours like I've been. So with that being said, I enjoyed this time. I appreciate it. And with that being said, I will catch y'all in the next one. All right. So enjoy your day, enjoy your evening, enjoy your morning, whatever time it is that you're watching this on a replay. And feel free to leave your comments. We're revoking RingoTV Reactions black card. It's official. All right, y'all. I'm out.